so much. I know we're running a little bit late. For the record, Councilwoman Lee is joining us via Teams for today. Items 1 and 3 are executive sessions. Ms. Clerk?
Items 1 and 3 are noticed as executive sessions. Update on Colorado River Water interstate negotiations and supply contracts pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, parent A, and parent 3, parent 4, parent 6, and on Laister versus City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court, case number C-202-59167.
May I have a motion to go into executive, please?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Councilman Lee, I'll see you over in executive session.
Yes, ma'am.
We do need a motion to return to study session. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 2, what is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Your Honor, an appropriate motion would be to proceed as discussed in executive session to direct the city attorney, city manager, and city staff to work with other Arizona water users to include negotiating appropriate agreements to respond to the upcoming shortages to supplement Tucson's already robust water portfolio in light of the planned shortages in 2027 and 2028 if the proposed three-state agreement is adopted. The mayor is hereby authorized and directed to execute such agreements on behalf of the city as necessary.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Your Honor, appropriate motion would be to move that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session to include the settlement of this tort lawsuit in the amount of $100,000.
May I have a
So moved,
motion?
Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Attorney. Item 5, time has been set aside for discussion of a recommended budget and compensation plan for 2027. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. We have no action required as of today, of this morning, but we do have an update for you, and we're really anxious to hear your feedback on our budget and comp plan. With that, ACM and CFO Anna Rosenberry will give you some of the highlights of what we presented for you today.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and council members. Your memo for this study session is remarkably brief when compared to all of the full details that you received for the City Manager's recommended budget at our April 21st meeting. We've provided you information related to questions that were asked at the table last time about position vacancies, our internal street maintenance units, the housing voucher wait list and communications, our parks restroom service and availability, youth employment programs. We've also given you a brief update on the recommended compensation plan, the employee disputes and dispute resolution process, and the calendar for approval of the compensation plan. At our next study session on May 19th, we will have a separate study session where the Human Resources Director will be at the table with you here to talk about the disputes that were received and the proposed dispute resolution. So that's coming at our next meeting. We've also, in these materials, provided you the full slide presentation of our employee budget engagement process. This was a presentation that the city manager made to Team Focus with Tim, our citywide employee groups, as a result of the engagement feedback that we received. And since the writing of this memorandum, we've completed the community budget information sessions. We held those April 22nd through May 1st. An opportunity for the community to come and hear about the city manager's recommended budget. The comments that we've received as a result of that process will be coming to you through the clerk's office. And with that, we're available for additional questions that you might have as we move towards budget adoption on June 9th.
Well, I want to start by thanking our city manager, Tim Tamir, CFO Anna Rosenberry, and their incredible teams for preparing us a balanced $2.4 billion budget. This is not a budget based on pitting one service against another or one part of our community against another. It's a budget grounded in equity, sustainability, and prosperity for all Tucsonans. Our fiscal year 27 budget protects essential services, even as we continue to absorb the Ducey-era flat tax and the continual onslaught of Trump's economic policies that are creating chaos, uncertainty, and is contributing to a loss of revenue, not just for Tucson, but cities across the country. Let me be very clear. We are not balancing this budget on the backs of Tucsonans. The state of Arizona is already hitting hard on removing millions of dollars. The Doug Ducey era flat tax alone has been eating up more than $40 million a year. If the state legislature were to pass their conformity to the federal Big Beautiful Bill policies, they would continue removing millions of dollars from cities across Arizona, including approximately $7 million from the city of Tucson. So we're not done yet in seeing what the state legislature is doing to our families here in Tucson. So again, I want to say that core services remain funded because this mayor and council made deliberate choices to prioritize people, public and community safety and quality of life. We are meeting the needs of our entire community, including our employees, investing $18 million alone this year in employee compensation, keeping recreation centers and fire stations open and fully funded across the city, supporting community safety programs, and continuing to invest in affordable housing, including adding 50 additional officers. This budget does that. We must continue to be honest about the financial strains outside of the control of the city of Tucson and mayor and council. Impacts of the Doug Ducey flat tax, which continues to reduce critical revenue our city depends on. Ongoing uncertainty and compliance requirements tied to federal funding rollbacks from recent legislation, forcing cities to do more with less. And most recently, proposed actions at the state legislature to eliminate Rio Nuevo District, which is a direct threat to local jobs, small businesses, and the continued downtown revitalization that is so important for our community. So again, I want to be very clear, a balanced budget does not mean across-the-board cuts. It means responsible stewardship and laser focus. It means making smart investments, protecting critical services, and planning for long-term stability. This is a holistic budget, a well-thought-out budget that protects services to our community, that protects our swimming pools and recreation centers, that protects and adds to our services and public safety. And it is really a budget that will continue to make sure that we're investing in working families and helps thrive in a moment in our history where both the federal government and the state government is gutting investments to cities like Tucson and throughout Arizona. So thank you again for your work. I want to thank my colleagues on the council for really being part of this discussion, our employees, our department directors, our executive leadership team. All of them have made sure that this budget is reflective of the investments that our residents deserve. With that, Councilmember Cunningham.
So I know we're not talking about Parks and Recs fees today, and there are some good things in this budget. There's some pieces that you're not going to agree with every budget 100% every time, but you do have to see the documents holistically. You have to see them objectively, and you have to decide measure. You have to measure whether or not you're an enthusiastic yes or a I guess so, yes, or an enthusiastic no, or a reluctant no. But you've got to measure the budget. And the employment package and the compensation package is an enthusiastic yes for me at this point. or at least I'm very happy with it. When we look at the other things, though, there's one tweak I wanted to make today, kind of formalize it a little bit. I had an incredible opportunity to interact with the pickleball community in the last few weeks. And one of the things that's happened with our pickleball community is we have a paddle rack program for community play. And it's actually more unique than people think. There's only 2 or 3 sites in Arizona that have free community play, and it's met with the enthusiasm that we enjoy at the Udall Center. You need to have multiple courts to do it. The circumstances have to be right, but we do have over 2,500 members in the online pickleball group for Tucson Area TAP. They have their own nonprofit. They actually put on tournaments at Udall, and they came with an interesting idea in which we would kind of trade services for them keeping their paddle rack program and allow them to kind of steward it. And we didn't really want to do the ideal procurement thing. I think more of an MOU, just kind of like codifying the informal agreement we have now. So I've got a little motion for that kind of just sets it up. We will have some cost avoidance in that Tucson Area Pickleball is going to pay for resurfacing the courts next year. They're also going to pay for the power washing periodically, the maintenance. Not only that, their goal is over the 5 years is to raise enough capital to build 3 more courts. And that's some cost avoidance that we don't have to put into our CIP each year. That's some cost avoidance and maintenance that we don't have to. I've spoken with the Parks Department. I want to thank Lara Hamway and her team, the manager and the mayor for all kind of collaborating with us on this. So with that, I'd like to we remove proposed fees for pickleball at Udall Park from the recommended Parks and Rec fees and fee increases budget for fiscal year 27. And furthermore, I'd like to address the attorney to work on a memorandum of understanding with Tucson Area Pickleball regarding maintenance of the courts at Udall and the possibility of building new pickleball courts in the future at that site. The MOU is intended to be approved by the city manager, and Tucson Area Pickleball will keep the courts going for about 5 years.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I guess my only question, Mr. Attorney, is we have similar partnerships with nonprofit and other groups in the community that do maintenance in our parks
That's correct.
system, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And is the motion,
The motion is sufficient. We've
Okay.
already begun working with TAP, and we look forward to finishing this up.
okay, alrighty. Any other questions on the motion? Councilmember Barajas?
It's just kind of related. I would love to see if there's a way that we can reactivate the Parks Foundation to help build a sustainable plan for partnerships and fundraising opportunities with private and nonprofit partners, just in case, I look forward to this nonprofit withstanding, and I just know histories of nonprofits, sometimes they fall apart.
Thanks, Councilmember Barajas. I believe we're bringing back a package of parks fees, and that might be an appropriate time to discuss that.
Alrighty, any other questions on this item? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Paul for grabbing the bull by the horns and working with this very upset recreational community and coming up with a solution that seems like it might work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Just to piggyback on the nonprofit piece, we do have a nonprofit partnership that was successful, and on May 30th, we'll be cutting the ribbon for that facility as well.
Alrighty, if there's no other questions, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Any other questions on the budget presentation? Alrighty, we'll have a public hearing later tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We move on to item 6. Time has been set aside at the request of Council Members Lee, Barajas, and myself for an update on the Safe City Initiative, including public safety communications and an update on the progress made on previous direction regarding street racing. Mr. Manager, I know that we have our department directors coming up.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Joining us here at the table are our Director of Public Safety Communications, Mike Garcia, and also to address the street racing portion is our Police Chief, Monica Prieto. With that, I turn it over to the team to guide us through this Safe City update. Director Garcia.
All right, good afternoon. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for your time today. I appreciate being able to be up here and talking to you today about all the great things that we do and how we work on supporting the Safe City initiatives and the city in general. For some background, most of you are aware that the PSCD was established as a department in 2017 after combining the police and fire dispatch services and came together as a single department. It really positioned our department well to have a really unique footprint in the city, and even with a regional cooperative mindset because of the different agencies we serve and also the different committees throughout the region that we sit on, between serving with hospitals and coordinating their staffs and working with the different emergency response groups that reach out beyond the city even. We have a very strong foothold in the regional perspective. Along with that, we also have long had to work with and gotten the opportunity to work with agencies within Pima County such as PAC and making those connections during emergency services and that sort of thing, and that's been able to be expanded upon over the recent years. Our core work is and always will be in 911, but what we have found over recent years is really the need to declutter 911 by expanding out or looking at the support functions that reduce the workload that's in 911. The reality is that we take over 1.2 million calls coming in and out of the center on the emergency side a year, and that gets really overwhelming. In addition, we recognize that the city had over 280 different lines coming into the city to serve the different departments of the city, which is really overwhelming to the public and not a really great service with a lot of confusion, which meant that people would get confused, overwhelmed, frustrated at the ability to get services, and they end up calling 911, resulting in almost 3/4 of the calls that were coming into 911 actually not having a high-level acuity emergency call that actually gets a responder assigned to it immediately, that have some form of a delayed response or actually need an entirely different service. So that really pushed us to develop other levels of services, which tie in really, really succinctly with the Safe City initiatives and the different priorities that are set aside in that initiative. So the first place that we actually started working on was the co-location of the crisis professionals. And we worked with the state REBA, so the Regional Behavioral Health Authority. Their primary agency that works with that, their contracted agency in our region is the Arizona Complete Health. And we have the crisis co-workers, the crisis co-responders who co-locate with us. They take the crisis calls, and all of those calls get directed directly into our center where they can see all of our calls for response that we have on the board as well, and can help pick out those calls that they can help support. Also, 988 in most states deliver just to a state general office and give somewhat generic response and services there. Because of our unique situation, you call 988 in Tucson, it gets routed up to Phoenix, it gets routed back here to Tucson to then a center that we have this local, central, focused services that is really unique to our center. So we improve that 911 to 988 connectivity, and callers don't fall through the cracks between systems with that. And having the crisis center workers in there, it also reduces unnecessary police and fire responses to behavioral health calls and responses to calls that those officers and first responders are not well equipped or properly equipped to handle on their own. We also get crisis professionals that can reach the callers before mobile teams can even get deployed to start de-escalating calls, to start providing support and getting other resources started. The concept even predates the consolidation of PSCD, but it was a great fit bringing in both the medical and the police side together, and the work that went well. This program is now a very proven model that's being studied from around the country, and having a crisis professional right here in the room means that a caller in crisis gets a better resource and better outcomes sooner, and it's essential. 311 was the next integration that we worked on, and it really provides a single point of contact for the city into the center hub. And it means that things, because of the way we structured the framework and the generous support that we had from you, Mayor, and from the council here and the management team, we were able to structure that in such a way that when calls come in, they can easily flow back and forth between 911 or 311 as we needed, because people still call one or the other, not wanting to bother people and that sort of thing. We can redirect calls where they need to be. The whole thing about 311 is we like to look at our staff there, and what we do there is being professional connectors. we work on connecting between all the different agencies and departments that we work with. So we work with encampment reporting, we work with housing and food assistance referrals, we work through various different social services connections. We directly collaborate with Community Safety, Health and Wellness, with DTM, with Housing First, Pima Animal Care, and many other partners. They are available to and regularly support safe city deployments through combined efforts of 311, CSARC, and dispatch with the people that are out in the field during those events. And 311 was a deliberate choice to protect and decongest 911. When a constituent calls 911 for a heart attack or an armed robbery in progress, they shouldn't have to compete with a call for a housing question or a stray animal that 311 solves. We efficiently connect people to the right help at the right time. The next big step that we took towards doing that was digging into how we can get people with low acuity medical problems the most appropriate level of care for their needs at the time. And we worked very diligently since the summer of 2023 to onboard MD Ally. You've all heard of our telehealth system that we have in place there. And what MD Ally does is it allows us to take lower level calls, put it through our emergency dispatch criteria, and work with our medical director to redirect those calls to a medical health care provider online, who then can either prescribe and even have medications delivered, can diagnose some conditions online, or can refer folks and even provide transportation for them to lower level medical clinics and more appropriate health care, make appointments for them, decide whether they need to go to a dentist or a doctor's office, those kind of things that are really critical. A lot of people end up calling 911, getting an ambulance to go to an emergency room to find out that they actually need a dentist and those kind of things. And all of those are very costly to the systems and very costly to our community members. In 2025, we took over 2,000 calls that qualified for it. By not having to dispatch and refer those to medical providers online, it saved over 1,700 hours of fire and EMS runtime and over 4,100 hours of emergency room wall time. That wall time has a trickle-down effect by allowing fewer patients in there, leaves quicker turnaround time for other ambulance crews that are in there, getting in and out easier. So we also reduce ambulance transport bills and emergency room visits, which are extremely costly compared to things like a Minute Clinic and those kind of facilities for our constituents. So people in our community who call 911 with a low-level medical concern but felt they had nowhere else to turn are now able to get a medical provider or doctor on the phone in minutes with no ambulance ride, no emergency room copay, no waiting room, and it's a better care at no cost to the city because it's a no-cost contract. MD Ally with us, it's a service that we don't have to pay for. It's an agreement between us and the city, and significantly lower cost to the community members. Our most recent collaboration that's just in the final stages of actually becoming fully implemented is our connection with TOSD Security. This came about because of a grant and funding from the state that TPD was involved with that allowed a school safety initiative for software to try to link or provide alert systems to all the schools in the region. And we worked with TPD and the right people, and we set up an RFP, and an RFP was awarded. And then when we went and worked very closely with TPD to get school engagement, the schools weren't interested in it. Nobody liked it. So we ended up having to cancel that agreement, TPD did, but what really proved valuable in that was the relationships we got to build, especially with TOSD, the largest school district in the region. And they'd talked to us before about wanting to co-locate with us, but they really wanted to co-locate with us. So this time last year, you all signed an IGA with TOSD that allows us to co-locate them to co-locate with us. They will be on our shared electronic CAD computer-aided dispatch system. We'll share common events that are of high urgency. So police and fire will immediately see the same incidents, but they will also conduct their regular business from there, seated in with us. And when it's appropriate, they'll share critical information and vice versa, instantaneously in the same room at the same time. This enables a unified command structure across TUSD Security, Tucson Police, Tucson Fire, and Regional EMS. There's automated campus alerts that are being tested and configured now that we'll be able to see. It provides CSARC with more visibility and ability to see what's going on right now. So when something happens in a school or campus, TUSD Security and our dispatchers see it instantaneously at the same time. This results in a coordinated response from the first second of the incident, not after multiple phone calls and things being lost in translation. And finally, one of the bigger things that we do, because we are so tech heavy, we ingest so much data. And all of that is going to a common data lake, and that is a secure data lake that with the right credentials can be put together and used to uncover or look at the various different needs of the community or where services are being asked for or called upon. And that can be overlaid with the completed data with our other public safety partners to identify things like where are some of the gaps in our underserved communities. We can look at where there are issues with like high utilization corridors for various services. And because we don't deal with just police and fire emergency services, we look at all the different services with 311 and everything else. We can expand that quite a bit. And so we can use all of that data along with the teams because we only see what people initially call for. That often changes by the time somebody gets there or the service is delivered. So it all needs to be combined together, which is a really big group effort that we need a lot of help with. But all the data goes to the same place. It can all be very strategically used if we can break it down and get it in the right pieces, and we can pull out the parts that we need to really help inform and make some really good decisions based on that. So the data that we generate isn't just for the operations that we do, although we use it for that quite regularly. It can tell us where the gaps are, which community segments aren't getting the right responses, and what we need to do to address and support those areas. Having this information available allows the city to accurately identify and be transparent regarding community needs and actions and results and have them achieved. So to track what we're doing and how we're doing it. So PSCD is committed to continuing staff engagement, our data transparency, and our cross-departmental collaboration. We want to ensure that every community member gets an efficient, equitable response. By tying these together, we place the right work in the right hands, and we play a central role that's vital in supporting and advancing the Safe City Initiative Action Plan. So I thank you for your time and appreciate you being here, open for any questions.
Thank you, Director Garcia. I'm going to take questions or comments at this time because I know that Chief Prieto is going to give us an update on street raising, and I know that we're going to dig deep into that item. Any questions or comments on this particular piece of the Safe City Initiative? Councilmember Cunningham.
Are we using either Carbine, Prepared, Versaterm? Are we looking at any of those AI companies at this time, or whether or not to interface with them? How does that look? How is that looking for us?
So we've looked at Carbine. It's an over the top. We can't use it because of the way our state 911 system is set up. It rides over the top. It depends on which Versaterm product you're talking about.
Triage one that Phoenix uses was what I was thinking about.
So we've looked at it. There's some cost prohibitions to it. What we're looking at is VRA is one portion of it, which is Motorola's version.
Sure.
It does some of that along with some of the other tools that they have that are built in with Rapid Deploy, which they just purchased last year, which is a competitor to a couple of those that you mentioned there. So it's a space that we spend a lot of time looking at and seeing what we can do to figure out some of the things that all of those companies do.
How many people you've got in your shop?
Right now, we have 167 as of Friday last week.
All right, and then lastly, just so everyone knows where I'm going with this, there are about 240 million calls a year on 911 nationwide, but there's about 330 million people. There's only 500,000 people in Tucson, but our 911 takers take about 1 million calls. So we actually take about triple the calls against the national average, if you really look at the numbers. And that's something that we really want to improve on. And I think we are. You guys are doing more with nothing, more with less than pretty much anyone else is. But I just wanted to let you know, I totally understand the Herculean task you're under right now in trying to take all those calls. I mean, you took I think 1 million calls last year is what I was told, and that's like 2,700 calls a day. Obviously, there's certain days where you get a few calls. It must be overwhelming on those 10,000 call days. So thanks for everything you do. And it seems like, in my opinion, the people I've talked to, there's a lot of good things going on in your shop right now. So congratulations on that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Barajas and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you so much, Director Garcia. I have a question with the school safety initiative. Is there any interest and or other opportunities for other school districts to engage in this connection? Thank you.
No, that's a great question. Appreciate it. So TUSD is right now the only one that has a 24/7 dispatch center of their own that stands up with our security team. However, we actually structured our agreement with them very similar to the way that we structured it with our partners that we dispatch for on our fire agencies, where actually what we do is our IGA is set up with a single entity and all of the other entities actually coordinate with them. So we have one IGA contract we work with and the other agencies can work with that one to bring in. And we set that up as a ground, at the ground level to look at bringing in the future. And we've set it up with the whole idea of almost if you build it, they will come, because we want to be really open. We would actually love to have a way to build a footprint for every school district in the region to participate in, and we would love to see that happen. And it gives us that opportunity to participate in like the monthly and the quarterly school security meetings and the groups that meet on a regular basis with that group, and to get closer with TPD on that group that does that. And that's our future look on that. Thank you for asking.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Garcia. We've met a lot over the last couple of years, and your team has done such great improvements. I think you're doing a great job. You have become the face of Tucson, even more so than the ward offices at times, for people who are in trouble, vulnerable, seeking help, lonely, et cetera. And our staff will keep working with you. I've noticed, and this is a note for the city manager as well, that sometimes there's not good coordination between 311 and the people who are solving the problems in our other agencies. And information about what's changed in, say, DTM doesn't get to your people. And just looking forward to better coordination of that over time. And I'm sure it will be. Thank you.
Any others? All right, I wanted to first and foremost thank you, Director Garcia, for the incredible work that you do, to our operators and really unseen heroes, our 911 and 311 professionals. They really are to be commended for the incredible work that they do. You keep innovating, and I love that because that's exactly what we need to do. And you take the putting the right work in the right hands slogan that we've been using, or the mission, right? Very seriously. I love the innovation of MD Ally to be able to, connect the people that are calling us to the services that don't necessarily mean we're going to send EMS to their doorstep, but that can connect to some preliminary attention to medical needs that they might have. When we first started working on the 311 system, one of the issues that we kept talking about, the calls coming in to 911, 74% have other response need, not emergency needs. Only about 26% need police or fire or EMS services. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was to be able to give a number to our community where we didn't have 260 different numbers that they needed to call in, or council offices. I served on a council office for 12 years, and it felt as though we were the information line, right? And we had to do a lot of constituent work that clogged our systems at the council offices. So I think one of the decisions that I made as mayor in putting $300,000 to try and activate 311 from our ARPA money really was an incredible investment in proving a pilot right. And so 311 has been picking up a lot of the calls that would otherwise go to 911. And again, like I said, you keep innovating in adding MDLI, in adding the coordination with TUSD. Hopefully, we can bring other school districts along so that we can have a coordinated emergency response whenever that is needed. So I just wanted to thank you first and foremost for doing unbelievable work and putting the right work in the right hands and being open to innovation and continued improvement in our system. So thank you again for being such an amazing resource to our community. If there's no other comments on this portion of the presentation, Chief Prieto.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here to share our street racing updates. I'm going to give you a lot of information, so if you have any questions at any point, please feel free to ask any questions. Okay, so your Tucson Police Department has developed and implemented a comprehensive intelligence-driven strategy to address the increasing threat of street racing and takeover events. Our strategy emphasizes proactive enforcement, advanced technology, and investigative tools, regional coordination, and strong prosecutorial partnerships. And this is to disrupt and deter organized street racing activity. This approach not only enhances enforcement outcomes, but also positions TPD to pursue higher level charges, ensuring accountability, ultimately leading to a reduction in the frequency and severity of these dangerous events. But we can't talk about street racing without talking about the unsafe culture of the driving behavior here in Tucson, as we know. It's most strikingly evident when we talk about our year-to-date traffic fatalities. So year-to-date, we have 38 traffic fatalities. 16 of those are pedestrian deaths, and 14 are vehicle fatalities. My apologies. The major contributing factor is not being in a crosswalk. 13 of our pedestrian fatalities were not in a crosswalk. Pedestrian fatalities have increased exponentially compared to last year. Impairment is suspected in many of these cases, which we believe correlates directly to the fentanyl crisis. Within our fatal data, we track how far away from the nearest crosswalk these pedestrians were when they were struck. The average distance from the nearest crosswalk in these cases was approximately 128 yards. And I think it's important to note because DTM has done a great job of providing crosswalks throughout the city. You will see a higher level of enforcement as a way to prompt more people to use existing crosswalks. As you recall, Lieutenant Bredehoft was in a March session here talking about our traffic strategies. It was a three-pronged approach, starting with our traffic T-POPs. These are the deployments that began on March 4th, where we identified the intersections and the corridors where most of our collisions were occurring. These officers are they're auto-generated calls for service that they can put themselves on, at which time they do a minimum of 20 minutes doing traffic enforcement and education. And the goal is to conduct about 10,000 of these deployments at the end of the year. So far, we have completed about 800 of these deployments, and that's since March 4th. The second approach you heard about was the Regional Traffic Enforcement Task Force. That began in January, and these are deployments that we do with our partner agencies about once a month. We've done 4 so far, and we're about to do a 5th one this coming Wednesday. Essentially, we target the major corridors around the city where the data is telling us the collisions are occurring. We do this in conjunction with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, the University of Arizona Police Department, and the Department of Public Safety. The third approach was using our motors, the data-driven deployment of our motors. Not only did we increase our motor unit by 5, so now we have a total of 21 motor units, but we've also increased the coverage to include nighttime deployments, evening deployments, so you'll start seeing more motors in the evening hours. Our newest traffic safety effort launched just this past week, and we utilize, these are called our traffic zebras, and they're a group of 6 officers who have volunteered and have an interest in traffic enforcement. So they're out for about 3 to 5 hours every other week, hitting traffic hotspots. And they're doing, again, proactive traffic education and enforcement during the evening hours. And they are in conjunction with our planned enforcement details and will address specific complaints from the patrol divisions as well. We've completed 2 of these zebra deployments in the last week, one being Sunday evening off of Houghton. You might have seen them there. This was after a private and legal racing event. Usually we see groups gather on Houghton. So we got some intelligence that they were going to be gathering on Houghton. We didn't allow them to do that. In fact, we made about 22 traffic stops that Sunday. The deployment was interrupted based on a driver driving the wrong way at a high rate of speed, who ultimately almost crashed into our officers and then crashed into a median. He was charged with 10 counts of felony endangerment and also felony DUI. On Friday, we also did a deployment with our Zebra units on Valencia. This was in Operations Division South, and we had 100 contacts at that point. We made 92 citations and 2 criminal speeding arrests. So this leads me into speaking about the street racing and street takeovers, which are, as you know, completely reckless and unacceptable. All participants and spectators are engaged in criminal behavior. And it's not just about trespassing, it's not just about reckless driving, as you know. The other violent criminal behaviors that we see alongside street racing is the unlawful discharge of firearms. We see the use of narcotics, drugs, and organized street racing networks. We must not forget the street racing event that took place, that took the life of a 3-year-old child, which resulted in 2 second-degree murder charges. Our past approach was predominantly reactive with the primary goal of clearing the roadways and dispersing the crowds. Our newest response, though, is grounded in a robust, intelligence-led framework designed to identify, track, and dismantle organized street racing networks. As of January 9th, 2026, the department has shifted to a proactive investigative strategy led by the Threat Mitigation Unit. We call TMU. TMU serves as a central intelligence hub, collecting and analyzing information from multiple sources, including 88 crime tips, patrol observations, and extensive social media monitoring. Intelligence confirms that street racing activity is highly organized with defined roles, including event organizers, drivers, and spectators. And this intel supports our follow-up investigative efforts as well. Advanced investigative tools and technologies are central to this effort. We leverage camera systems to include automated license plate readers through the Community Safety Awareness and Response Center. Investigative outcomes demonstrate the effectiveness of this approach, including the service of over 70 search warrants to recover evidentiary items, 18 vehicles that have been taken as evidence, development, and also the development of cases supporting potential criminal syndicate charges. Encrypted radio communications further enhance our operational success by preventing participants from monitoring police activity, allowing for improved tactical coordination and enforcement. We've transitioned to a proactive enforcement model focused on identifying organizers, participants, and repeat offenders. Intelligence regarding planned events is rapidly disseminated to patrol divisions, enabling coordinated efforts and deployments supported by TMU and our community response teams. Our operational strategies include directed patrol deployments at identified hotspots, real-time intelligence sharing during planned takeover events, coordinated containment strategies during active events, use of technology to support post-event investigations and arrests, and case development for follow-up enforcement and prosecution. The department utilizes a broad range of criminal and civil traffic statutes to ensure accountability, including felony charges such as unlawful flight and endangerment. I want to talk about some recent highlights that scale and show the severity of these events. On February 22nd, we had multiple takeovers. 7 vehicles were identified. 6 of those vehicles were seized. We made arrests for unlawful flight, and 1 suspect we found armed with a modified handgun. On March 15th, we had coordinated takeovers again. 45 rounds were fired from multiple weapons during this event. This investigation is ongoing, but because of the use of our cameras, we were able to identify the suspect vehicle. Most notably is the April 18th deployment on Kolb, which made national attention. Our proactive operation near Valencia and Kolb resulted in 23 trespassing arrests and multiple vehicle seizures. We arrested 3 for participating in a criminal syndicate, and 2 were arrested for contributing to the delinquency of a minor because some parents brought 2 young children with them. 5 vehicles were taken as evidence and 1 impounded during this deployment. So our response is strengthened through extensive partnerships at the local, regional, and state levels. A street racing regional task force model is being developed to enhance coordination, intelligence sharing, and operational effectiveness across jurisdictions. Our key partners include the Tucson City Court, Pima County Attorney's Office, and Arizona Attorney General's Office, with dedicated prosecutors embedded in our operations. In fact, on the April 18th deployment, we had our prosecutors riding along with officers so they could see firsthand the activity. We also report confirmed street racing activity to the National Insurance Crime Bureau so they can follow up and potentially cancel insurance policies. We have collaborated with the Phoenix Police Department Street Racing Unit for cross-training and best practices. We've coordinated with regional law enforcement agencies to track offenders, also across jurisdictions. And these partnerships ensure strong case development, consistent prosecution, and alignment on our enforcement strategies, while also supporting legislative efforts to strengthen penalties and enforcement tools. TPD's street racing response reflects the significant evolution from reactive enforcement to a comprehensive, intelligence-led strategy targeting organized criminal activity by integrating data-driven analysis, advanced technology, proactive deployments, and strong prosecutorial and regional partnerships. The department is effectively disrupting street racing networks. This approach not only enhances enforcement outcomes, but also positions TPD to pursue higher level charges while improving public safety and reducing the frequency and severity of these dangerous events. It should also be noted that this approach to combating street racing also aligns with the Prosperity Initiative Goal 1, Action Item 1.1, targeting community policing and street-level interventions. In summary, we've adopted an all-hands-on-deck approach to combating street racing activities. It includes a renewed emphasis and focus on the standards of traffic education and enforcement. Since January 1st, we've made numerous arrests and citations associated with unsafe driving and street racing. This includes 95 arrests, 47 of which for felony flight. And these felony flight is the officer's attempt to stop the vehicle, and they do not stop for the officer. Our commitment's evident. It's proven by our traffic enforcement activity. I'll read some stats. From January 1st to May 3rd, approximately 9,700 traffic citations have been given out, approximately 2,500 written warnings have been given out, and approximately 1,300 verbal warnings have been assessed. This is over 67 of the traffic citations were related to speeding, 131 for reckless driving, and 176 were made because of the excessive speed was going over 20 miles per hour. Bless you. Which was a Class 3 misdemeanor. So lots of data, but this includes my update. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you so much, Chief. Really appreciate you and everything that Tucson Police Department and the Threat Mitigation Unit are doing to combat this crisis. First and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues, Councilman Lee and Councilmember Barajas. The 3 of us requested this item because a few things, most notably the devastation of losing a beautiful 3-year-old, Ana Magdalena Garcia, with such a bright future ahead, was taken from her parents and family and all of us because of street racing happening in our streets. And I think that it's important to note that our police department, our mayor and council, have been working on this issue for quite some time. And as a matter of fact, at the request of Councilman Lee, we cobbled up $500,000 so that we could amp the investment at TPD so you could do this work, right? And I just want to note that people ask, what is it that the city of Tucson is doing about this? We're doing a lot, and your report and update is clear about all of the work that not only TPD is doing, but also Department of Transportation and Mobility and, PSCD, TPD, and Threat Mitigation Unit. You're all working diligently and swiftly, but there's more to be done. And, I first want to also note the brave parents of Ana, Brianda and Manny Garcia, and their now new baby sister that was born, Eliana. Because of this tragic incident, I'm in awe of the family's courage and strength to transform their pain into power, and calling for Ana's Law. Ana's Law calls for the state to be involved, to set stricter penalties for street racing, especially in cases where it results in serious injury or death. This particular online call from the family has gathered over 23,000 signatures. The petition for Ana's Law sends a clear message that street racing is not harmless, that street racing is reckless and violent, and that it destroys lives. And so one death from street racing is too much, and the life of Ana Garcia mattered. And I know that the family and community and us as mayor and council, I'm sure all of us want to make sure that her death does not go in vain. And what we in my office started looking at is what are other cities doing nationwide, and what can we as a city of Tucson implement and add to the ordinance that mayor and council passed on this. In Chicago, street racers and takeovers can also face public nuisance and mob action charges. In Philadelphia, they raised their fines to $2,000 and added drifting to their ordinance as part of illegal street racing, vehicle impoundment for up to 6 months on a first offense in Louisville. I would say I think that it's important that we think exactly what is it that we can do as a city to send a very clear message that we will not tolerate street racing and that there are severe consequences for anyone being found to be doing street racing and takeovers of our streets. Also, that we have to change the culture and address these dangerous behaviors, which many times coincide, as you reported to us, with illegal firearms and narcotics sales. And so what is it that we can do to continue to inform and educate not only the youth, but parents many times involved in either knowing or allowing or participating in street racing in our community. So I think it's two things. It's one, what can we do to enhance the ordinance? And then two, what do we do besides adding to the consequences of street racing? But what is it that we can do upstream in terms of prevention and intervention work with the community? So important conversation, and I just wanted to offer my colleagues, Councilwoman Lee and Councilmember Barajas, an opportunity to help open the item.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lee.
Oh,
Councilwoman
okay,
Lee, go
sorry.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just appreciate that we are having this discussion again because it clearly remains a major issue across our city. But like you said, Mayor, I am heartbroken and angry about the circumstances that have brought us to having this update today. And I also want to share that my heart goes out to the Garcia family and everyone impacted by the tragic loss. As the mayor mentioned, back in 2023, I coordinated a town hall in Ward 4 to have a very specific conversation based on hearing the concerns, as also hearing the street racing because I live across Houghton myself, and make sure that TPD had as many of the resources that they needed and tools to go after this issue and make some progress for our community. And as the mayor said, we invested in some of those tools. Those things were implemented. I myself have been out on a street racing deployment with the team. So prior to this new strategy that the chief is talking about, I can vouch for the fact that our team has been doing a lot of work and working very smartly and diligently to go after this issue for years now. There are some realities that we face right now and some challenges, as with any crime, and the chief kind of talked about this. Our officers can't be everywhere all the time in a 240 square mile city, and our teammates do the best they can to understand the probability of these street racing activities and try to disrupt that as best as possible. And also at the same time, we can't be responsible for what people do when they get behind the wheel and make bad decisions. And especially when these decisions put other people's lives at risk. And the chief alluded to a lot of the technology that has been implemented, but there is also a gap that I see that I want to start talking about. And I know some of us have been talking about it for a while. I've been talking about it for a few years. And that is the challenge that we have with not being able to use certain types of technology for law enforcement in the absence of an officer. So for example, if we were to put cameras down Houghton that would detect excessive speed, unless there is an officer there to witness that, it is my understanding based on the 2015 voter initiative to ban red light cameras that we essentially can't use that type of technology. So I think that continues to be a very real challenge for us in terms of doing everything that we possibly can to help keep our community safe. There's some stuff at the legislature that's happening right now that I know I'm keeping my eye on, and some of our colleagues are keeping their eye on as well, to give us a sense of how we may be able to move forward with giving TPD some additional tools moving forward. And in the meantime, I personally want to see what options we have to make the consequences of speed racing as painful as possible. I think that Tucsonans deserve to be safe while they're out using our streets. And in my opinion, we need the harshest consequences possible to start to shape that behavior. There are a few other things that I have sort of question marks around, and maybe some of my colleagues or maybe our city attorney might have some insight into this or could do some research. But as I understand it, a lot of this activity is incentivized by people putting this stuff online. So I don't know if there's any work being done around engaging with the big tech companies to get this content demonetized or disincentivized, so there is less desire to try to film these things and put them online. And then also for the city attorney, the chief mentioned the number of arrests that have been done, which I think is outstanding. Clearly, TPD is doing great work to make these arrests. I'm curious if we can understand how those arrests are moving through the system and if the work of our officers is starting to have a very real impact in how this behavior is shaping up across the city through their enforcement. So those are just some of my comments, Mayor, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Before we start answering questions, Councilmember Barajas, and then I know that Councilmember Dahl and then Vice Mayor wanna have some comments. Councilmember?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chief and Mayor and Councilmember Lee, for helping us move this conversation forward today and for your leadership in addressing street racing and traffic safety across our city. Street racing is not new to our community. It's something many of us have seen and heard for years, but recently we have seen a troubling increase in the frequency and the harsh effects of these incidences, and more crashes, more injuries, more lives lost. That escalation is why this conversation is so urgent, and after hearing your updates, Chief, I thank you for sharing everything you and TPD is doing to help prevent street racing. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the tragedy that has deeply impacted our city, not just here in Ward 5. On April 10th, as we all know, we lost a 3-year-old child, little Ana, in a high-speed crash at Valencian Country Club. An incident connected to street racing. Her passing, along with the injuries sustained by her mother, her newborn little sister, the trauma of her family and friends that they're still dealing with, has shaken our community, and our hearts remain with them. This is not an isolated incident. Our community continues to experience serious crashes, injuries, and loss of life, and it is clear that more must be done. I also want to acknowledge, as you shared earlier, Mayor, that the 23,000 community members who have signed the online petition in support of what is being called Ana's Law, which was initiated by Little Ana's tia, Samantha Bracamonte, that calls for stricter penalties for street racing. This reflects a strong and growing call from our residents for accountability, safety, and action. Community voices are clear. We need solutions that protect lives and prevent tragedies like this from happening again. As a city, we must continue working collaboratively with law enforcement, policymakers, and our community to strengthen enforcement and, as you shared, change the culture. Some type of citywide campaign. Explore policy options and invest in prevention efforts that make our streets safer for everyone. We owe that to Ana, to her family, and to every family here in Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and thanks to my colleagues for bringing this up. This is incredibly dangerous, but it's also incredibly irritating to be woken up in the middle of the night to hear the screeching things and a shot of cortisol and hard to get back to sleep. It's affecting all of our wards. I had a gentleman from Keeling neighborhood in my office today to report and to help get a accurate report to the police on street racing that's happening every Saturday and Sunday night in the neighborhood. And I asked, has your streets just been improved? And he said, yeah, they're really smooth. And unfortunately, some people are looking for the smooth streets so that they can really race down them. Maybe potholes are better, but I'm just joking. I really like the idea of, as Mayor, you identified, this is a parental problem. These are kids who are not raised right. This is not entertainment. You know, you see this on movies and on TV, the street races and stuff, but it's a disrespect that's clearly exhibited by people who are willing, yeah, take your own life into your hand, but don't take the life of families and babies into your own hands. The idea of bringing back cameras, I think, is intriguing. And I know we're going to do questions at the end, but questions for you, Roy. Since this was an initiative that was voted upon, I was curious as to what we could do. Would we have to put it back on the ballot? Can we put it on the ballot, or would it have to be a citizens initiative?
Thanks, Councilmember Dahl. I assume you're referring to the red light or speed cameras and red light cameras. Yeah. Yes, we'd have to put it back on the ballot.
And we could do that.
You could, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and for the colleagues for bringing this back, to our attention. The loss of any life, but especially a young baby girl, is devastating for our community, and we're sending the wrong message to our families. I did just want to start off by making a comment about the crosswalk, and because we've had this conversation before, Chief Prieto, that a lot of the times, even when we're citing people who are not at the crosswalks, they've been cited 6-7 times before they get hit by a car, and so that's not necessarily deterring the behavior of not getting to a crosswalk. I do think we need to focus on better lighting and also lowering speeds in these high incident areas, and I know for one of them in Ward 1 and Ward 5 is 22nd Street. That we see a lot of this activity. So I don't think it's just an enforcement issue. I think it's also a design issue that we need to address. As I've mentioned before, I got hit by a car in a crosswalk. So sometimes even crosswalks aren't making us safer from getting hit by cars. And I just want to make sure that we're not putting so much the focus on the people walking and biking and whether they're in a crosswalk or not, because they're not the ones killing people. A lot of the time it is still reckless behavior from folks, behind the wheel that is causing these deaths. So when it comes to the street racing, I know we see a lot in our community being said about us as electeds being the ones solely responsible for the violence that's happening on our roads. And I want to push back on that because we are not saviors. We don't have a magic wand that changes human behavior. That we are, as a government body, one system among many that works alongside organized community to facilitate change. And right now, this moment is calling for all of those systems to show up together. And that continues to be our Department of Transportation and Mobility, TPD, our Tucson area school districts, our parents, our coaches, our teachers, our faith communities, and as mentioned before, our social media platforms and car manufacturers who profit from speed culture, while our communities like ours absorb the cost of lives. We can design better streets, we can build smarter enforcement, we can push the federal government on vehicle safety standards and platform accountability, but none of that's gonna work if we're the only ones talking about it. So as mentioned before, we have a design problem as much as a law enforcement problem. We are starting to see shifts, and we've talked about South 12th Avenue as proof of minimizing a lot of this kind of behavior around there. But we need to move faster and further. The cities that are doing well, like you mentioned, Mayor, aren't just arresting their way out of it. They're making the streets physically inhospitable to racing by narrowing lanes, intersection hardening, rapid repair of donut damaged surfaces. So we're not sending a signal that a corridor is a playground for this type of behavior. I know that the memo tells us DTM has more corridors under evaluation, and I would like to know which ones, and maybe we don't have that information right now, but if we can keep that in front of us. Like Councilmember Lee mentioned about social media, is where a lot of this is getting organized. These events are being promoted on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. Organizers have a number of advantages because platforms algorithmically amplify this content. I know that TPD is monitoring social media, and that's great, but monitoring isn't holding these social media corporations accountable. Other cities are legislating against organizers specifically using their own posts as evidence. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration identifies anonymity as a core driver of aggressive driving behavior. And then social media creates a perverse inverse where it promotes anonymity for clout while shielding organizers from any kind of consequences. And I know that we are in a moment where having accountability to these big corporations and the impact they're having in our communities is not the case, but I don't know if this is something legally, city attorney, we would be able to jump in with other cities in some class action lawsuit around just allowing this kind of violent behavior just be so publicly accessible and consumable and profitable for these folks. The other piece is that young men are the demographic, and so we need to continue to do intervention work that's not just the downstream enforcement. We see that 37% of male drivers ages 15 to 20 were involved in fatal crashes in 2023 for speeding. We know who's most at risk. The question is whether we're meeting them before the takeover happens. Other cities are partnering with local speedways to give young drivers a legal outlet for that impulse. I know Councilmember Cunningham has brought this up in the past as well. Schools, families, and rec programs are part of this ecosystem, and right now we're not putting that as part of the conversation. I'm also curious if we can collaborate with schools and community-based organizations that work with teens and young men who are in the Pima County juvenile court system, who may be involved in street racing, to develop some community-driven solutions that complement what TPD is doing to disrupt this organized crime. I know I mentioned about car manufacturing, and I know that this is more at the federal level, but no street in Tucson has a speed limit anywhere near what modern vehicles are engineered to reach, and I think there needs to be some accountability there because that is a design choice, and that we should be pushing our federal partners and NHTSA on speed standards for vehicles in our communities. I just have a couple of questions, Mayor, and I know I asked already about the DTM, the retrofit pipeline, and making sure that's tied to our TPD incident data, and that keeps coming in front of Mayor and Council. The question about what can we do to hold social media platforms accountable for allowing for this behavior, and any possibility of looking into any, just lobbying our congressional delegations on this speed limit issue. Thank you.
So I think, Vice Mayor, I think it's important that we ask questions so that we can clarify some things. But what I'm hearing all of you talk about, I'm kind of trying to put it into different buckets as to what we need to address, right? One, the possible update of the ordinance that we already have in our books. And if there's any update that we should put into the ordinance. I think I mentioned other cities nationwide implementing more laws to penalize and prevent street racing, impoundment of vehicles, adding additional time, right? I think right now our ordinance talks about vehicle impoundment for about 30 days, maybe looking at the possibility of adding more time, maybe 90 days. I think that adding additional language to what's happening, mobs and drifting to the ordinance. So kind of taking a look at ordinance and what we need to do there. And then both Councilman Lee and Vice Mayor talked about what are the consequences to social media platforms that is they are allowing to post about this. This is where the organizing is happening. And then, of course, some prevention work. I know that you mentioned, Vice Mayor, infrastructure. I do want to give an opportunity to Department of Transportation and Mobility. I know that our memo that is included on this item talks about infrastructure and how we're changing the infrastructure to allow for additional safety measures that will, disallow for speed in our streets. Did you want to add something, Sam?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. As we put in the memo, we continue to partner with TPD on this effort. Before I talk about the road infrastructure, I do just want to say that one of the most beneficial opportunities we've had to partner has been on the cameras that we've been able to deploy. It's a partnership with TPD and also working with our team on looking for opportunities to find our streetlight poles, which are a perfect place to place some of these cameras, and that's been a valuable partnership. As it pertains to built infrastructure, as you know, we're going through an effort right now to complete our 2006 RTA plan. Many of those projects do have capacity building elements to them. But one of the things that we're doing is we are looking for ways to narrow the roadways from the traditional 12 to 16-foot road lanes that you've seen and try to create narrower spaces for cars, 10 to 11 feet, thereby allowing for more space for other modes of transportation. And that's something that we've shifted to, especially given the approved Complete Streets policy that this mayor and council approved. Some of the other things that we are doing are just looking for ways to repurpose the lanes. And so I think an example of that, a success story of that, is 12th Avenue from Drexel to Irvington. We've seen speeds slow down there. We've seen that there's been a reduction in serious and fatal crashes. We are looking for those opportunities. What I can tell you, though, is we don't always have that opportunity on major thoroughfares like Houghton Road or Grant Road, but we are looking forward to seeing that come to fruition on 5th Street, which is under construction right now, and we continue to look for those opportunities moving forward. The last thing, Mayor, I'll mention on that is, as you know, we are going down a process to select roadways for RTA Next pavement rehabilitation. Those will be major arterial streets that will get the smooth pavement that Councilmember Dahl had talked about, and we are going to look for those opportunities to restripe the roadways with narrower lanes, as well as layer safety improvements with other funding sources where appropriate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And then the other piece that we talked about was the red light cameras and other possibilities of using cameras to be able to, help the situation. We cannot possibly have officers everywhere all at once. And so we need to make sure that we use technology to our advantage and enhance the work that TPD has been doing the successful work that TPD has been doing on our streets to help mitigate the dangers of street racing. So those are the buckets, Mr. Tamir and Mr. Attorney, that I kind of put on the possibilities for continued work in this area. And then questions that my colleagues had, I think we should start with red light cameras and the ordinance expansion.
Thanks, Mayor. So a couple of things to think about. One, as I mentioned before, we would have to put it on the ballot. The other thing is that and this is something we can talk with Ms. Dent about, is that there was legislation on the agenda at the state level to preempt our ability to do so. Even after we voted to do it, we would have to have done it this year. But I don't know what the status of that legislation is. So just to be clear about that. As it relates to the other items brought up, I think it's something we could definitely explore. As it relates to updating the city ordinance, again, we want to be careful about, I think it is appropriate to add some language in there, especially around the impoundment piece. The challenge, though, is that ordinance is not as punitive as we would like it, as it could be, as it relates to state law, because it's limited to a misdemeanor. Whereas state law violations, including things like reckless endangerment, are available for felony prosecution, and that would be allow the TPD to work with its county partner, the county attorney, to enhance those punishments for that kind of behavior. So just something to think about in that respect. And then, Vice Mayor, as you mentioned, the idea of working with other cities and counties as it relates to both working with, talking with social media platforms about demonetization, as Councilmember Lee discussed, and working with the idea that this kind of behavior is a public health and safety crisis is something we could definitely explore.
And then I see Councilman Lee's hand up. Also, education prevention strategies are important. Part of we are talking about Safe City, and part of my wanting to expand our Safe City initiative is adding prevention, intervention work for youth. Programs and partnerships that can help create safe spaces for our youth, offering mentorship, life coaching, connection to services, connection to employment, especially in areas, right? Data-informed investments like we're doing with our partnership with Goodwill, and intervention work that our Office of Prevention Intervention can do. We see time and time again the issues happening with young men, and especially young men of color. The data is proving to us that there's a lot of investment work that needs to happen, but also it doesn't take or replace the culture and the responsibilities that they themselves and their parents or families have to be able to, have productive people participating in our city. So, Councilman, did you want to jump in with a question or comments?
Just one quick thing to throw in one of the buckets, Mayor. Actually, two things. One, I think it would be great if we could get from TPD kind of a wish list of what they would like to see the state do from a legislative standpoint to enable them to better address this issue. I'm now, thanks to Director Dent, a part of the Public Safety Committee for the League of Cities and Towns. Definitely can take that advocacy at that level. So I would love to see what they want. And on that note, one of the things that I've heard from Captain Brady out on the east side is that our ordinance, Mayor, so this goes in the ordinance bucket, I believe does reflect a 30-day impound period, but it looks like the state in ARS 28-3511 Section E has reduced the impound time to 20 days, making it even less severe for this type of activity. So I think a minimum of the 30 days is what I'm hearing our team would like to see. But again, to go in those two buckets, I think those could be some actionable items for us too.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Tucson Police Department will continue to work with Director Dent on those changes. And just to circle back, Vice Mayor, on the comments, I agree with you. I don't think we can arrest our way out of the problem. I do think we have to continue our efforts, though, on our Safe City initiative when it comes to the opioid fentanyl crisis, because a majority of our pedestrian deaths are suspected impairment. So we really do have to keep up with addressing that issue.
Any other comments, questions on this item? So, Mr. Tamir, I think that there's some direction that input and direction that we're giving for an update on the ordinance, for continued work on what is it that we as a city, as a mayor and council can do with the question about technology and camera use, not only in our intersections, but in areas that are proven, that are hotspots for these issues. Anything else?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I think that captures what both the city attorney and I have heard for things you want us to be bringing back, and we'll be updating you frequently, at a minimum through the Safe City updates that we do on a monthly basis. But as urgent items come up, we might approach you even in between meetings on that. And I'm sorry, Mayor, we'll also make sure that Director Dent
Yes.
has some fairly clear marching orders going and doing collaboration. I was going to say doing battle. I was going to say collaborating at the state level.
Well, and a lot of it has to do with state laws that are preventing or holding our hands behind our back in terms of what even TPD can do. Even impoundment is being reduced, even the use of cameras and technology that could help our police department. I think in terms of the Safe City initiative, prevention, intervention work for youth is something that I've been talking about in terms of including in our Safe City initiative, and that would be in partnership with TPD and Goodwill and our nonprofit partners. But the state legislature creating a clear position on how the mayor and council feel that the state legislature could respond to this crisis is equally important as well. Alrighty, thank you so much, Councilman Lee, Councilmember Barajas, for joining me in putting this item on the council. Okay. We move on to item 7. I'll give some time to Director Garcia and Chief Prieto to move along. Thank you both so much for your update and presentation. Alrighty, so item 7, time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss the proposal for parking rate adjustments. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here are Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio, and Deputy Director Andy Bemis. This is an item we've been working on for several months now, and we're kind of in the home stretch of this iteration of it that we hope to have your endorsement for, and also action later on tonight related to this item. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Bemis.
Thank you, Tim. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'll start by giving a brief background on this item to understand how we got to where we are today, bring some transparency to the Park Tucson budget, and then summarize the revised proposal that you have in front of you today. So back in April of 2024, Mayor and Council approved a phased-in, multi-year parking rate increase across a variety of parking types, and that's included as Attachment B in your materials. The last phase of these previously approved increases is scheduled to go into effect this summer on July 1st. That includes garage and lot weekend and evening flat rates, garage and surface lot monthly permits, and the student and commuter permits. Those are all scheduled to increase this summer. Last year in August, Mayor and Council directed the Department of Transportation and Mobility to develop a proposal for additional parking rate increases as part of the conversation of the Heart of Tucson Tourism District. And that updated proposal was shared at a study session in November. In addition to the 2024 previously approved rates, that proposal proposed to increase the rates for those parking pass types and also proposed increases to meter hourly rates, garage hourly rates, and residential permits. It also proposed increasing meter enforcement hours Monday through Sunday and further into the evenings. A public hearing was held on January 21st, at which time Mayor and Council voted to delay the implementation of the proposed rate increase, and it extended meter enforcement hours for additional public outreach. So since then, Park Tucson, DTM, in collaboration with Wards 1 and 6 and the Mayor's Office, with Downtown Tucson Partnership and 4th Avenue Merchants and others, have held a series of public engagement events and listening sessions. And through those, we've heard a variety of feedback. I'll try and summarize those here. The main themes having to do with affordability, so perceptions that parking rates are perceived as too high, some challenges with parking time limits, parking availability often with limited on-street parking available in the urban core, some challenges with maintenance and repair of parking infrastructure like meters, garage facilities, and others. And then just generally a burden on the workforce working in the kind of downtown Heart of Tucson area with limited affordable available parking nearby. And before I walk through the revised recommendation, I just want to contextualize the conversation in the Park Tucson budget. So as a special revenue fund, Park Tucson is intended to support its own operating expenses. For many years it did prior to the pandemic and had actually built up a positive fund balance. Unfortunately, the pandemic had a dramatic impact on parking activity and parking revenue, and since 2020, Park Tucson has been operating in a deficit. We have reduced expenditures to every extent possible, although revenues are not keeping pace with the current cost of maintaining and operating a parking system and enforcing the parking code throughout the city. This is a structural imbalance, and the current projections show the deficit growing through the 5-year plan through 2031. That's also attached in your materials. To respond to the concerns raised by the community while seeking to improve the parking experience for our customers and also the financial health of the Park Tucson Fund, the modified proposal has been prepared for consideration today. And I'll walk through that now. It's included as attachment A. Whereas the prior proposal recommended extending meter enforcement hours, we are no longer recommending to do that. So we are recommending no change to meter enforcement hours, which are currently Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. I will note, with the exception of the 4th Avenue area, which is still Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., because a commitment had been made not to increase the meter enforcement hours in that area until the Downtown Links project is completed. So our recommendation now is to have 4th Avenue catch up to the rest of the city and match the meter enforcement hours on July 1st. We're now recommending no change to the previously approved rates that are already scheduled to go into effect in July. So whereas the previous proposal recommended increasing them even more, we're recommending now just do what had previously been approved for those past types. So the only new rate increases being proposed at this time are hourly meter rates. We're proposing increasing from $1 to $1.50. Garage hourly rates and surface lot hourly rates from $1 to $1.25 per hour. And then the residential parking permits increasing by either $8 for the year or $10 for the year, depending on the residential pass type. And then there's the depot garage, we're proposing to add a flat rate in the evenings that didn't exist, so that it's matched with all the other garages. So this approach aims to strike a balance between providing affordable and available on and off-street parking programs while pricing parking more appropriately to cover the costs of operating the system and enforcing the parking code citywide. Specifically, these rate adjustments are proposed to cover our costs and then reinvest in parking facilities. So about 1/3 of all the parking meters in the city right now are in some form of disrepair and need to be either repaired or replaced. We have some deferred maintenance needs in the garages as well with the kiosks and the gates. We have cut back on security hours in the garages to the bare minimum. So this is something we'd like to return to a more robust level of security for our customers, especially in the nights and early mornings in the downtown. And then to align with comparable markets where we found we were undercharging for parking on comparable markets. I do want to mention that we brought this recommendation to the Park Tucson Commission as well. And at their meeting last Tuesday, with one abstention, they unanimously approved support for the proposal that you have in front of you. Finally, I'll say that the revenue projection associated with these changes, so what was already scheduled to go into effect this summer, plus what we're proposing now, we are projecting to generate approximately $636,000 annually, which, if were to come to fruition, would help us get out of the Park Tucson deficit at the end of FY28 and put us in a position to reinvest in those parking facilities moving forward and build back a positive fund balance. And then finally, to address concerns we heard about parking availability for employees of downtown and 4th Avenue area businesses, we're working on a couple things. So one, in the 4th Avenue area, we don't own off-street parking, so we have on-street parking. We're working to partner with people who do own off-street parking in that area. We've approached the RE. They have about 30 spaces available in their parking structure, and we're working on an agreement to dedicate some of those for monthly permit parking for 4th Avenue area employees. And then in the downtown area where we do own some more off-street parking, we have committed 50 and we have up to 100 spaces in the tool lot that we could designate in the evening time for permits for downtown area employees to park. With that, I'll conclude my remarks and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify one part. There's been some confusing information in the public about this revised proposal, specifically some information about enforcement hours, and there was notification sent to some people that there would be changed enforcement hours under this proposal. And I'm just clarifying, there is no change to enforcement hours under this proposal, despite some of that conflicting information that was out there. Thank you, Mayor.
And I know that there's been so much conversation over the years with 4th Avenue small business owners there. And I know that there's been several conversation. Many of them haven't worked out with those private owners of off-street parking. Is there continued conversation with Tucson High and TUSD about the spaces that they have available? Do we have any plans to approach TUSD? Maybe it might be a venture where they could, it could be economically advantageous for them to make their little garage available for 4th Avenue employees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a fantastic idea. I don't believe we have engaged Tucson High about their parking availability, but especially in the evening time when presumably they're not needing it as much and employees are, it's a fantastic idea and we'll be happy
Yeah,
to
they have a double-decker parking structure at Tucson High itself, and they don't use it over the weekend either, so, or in the evening. So I just wonder if there could be some conversation with TUSD and Tucson High to put that to work, and it could possibly bring them additional funds for their own infrastructure at Tucson High.
Mayor, Mr. Manager, if I could just add something to that conversation. I don't want to ignore the fact that we do have some parking challenges around Tucson High, especially during pickup and drop-off. We regularly are communicating with Tucson High administrators as well as the neighbors about those challenges. I will tell you that it's been difficult to break through with TUSD and Tucson High to find some resolution. So based on this recommendation, I'd also like to tackle that as well. I would hate to ignore that we continue to struggle around that pickup time with 3,000 students at that school and such tight streets around that particular high school.
Well, and I am very familiar having a student that graduated in 24 and we drove him, to school, and so familiar with the daytime, but weekends are a bit different in terms of the double-decker parking, and they do have activities over the weekend, but I'm just trying to think how we can think about the issue in a regional area level and see how we can find solutions together on that. Alrighty, I know that there's some questions and comments, Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Schubert, Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Andy and Sam. Thank you, Mayor. Seems like we've come to a pretty good spot here. We're not going to earn enough yet, but we're getting down the path to be no longer a drain on the general fund for our parking efforts. A question about Fourth Avenue, because that is a concern. There are some parking lots privately owned that are single, just parking lots. Is the economics of parking garages, it's somehow partnership between developers, city, whatever, that we could develop more parking for that area with a parking garage? I'm thinking near Corbett and the one just directly west of there. Those are pretty good locations for the small businesses along there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Dahl. Yeah, that is a good idea, and we did approach some of the owners of those surface lots related to the employee parking, but they do present opportunities to increase parking in the area in terms of a structure. I'll say from our standpoint, given where the budget has been at for the last 5 years, we haven't, not being in a position to be able to take on debt associated with a new capital investment in a garage, we haven't been that proactive as of late on that conversation, but there certainly is an opportunity there. I think it would likely require other fund sources outside of the Park Tucson's ability right now, and likely private partners as well.
Is it in Rio Nuevo, or is it just outside? No, darn.
Councilmember Schubert and then Councilman Lee.
Thank you so much. Just want to echo the support for the idea about approaching TUSD, especially given that what we've heard from businesses along Fourth is a safety concern around nighttime employees. First, just want to give a big thank you to DTM and Park Tucson staff for their work to collect additional feedback and incorporate it into the updated proposal that we have before us. And I also want to thank everyone who reached out to our office and spoke with us during listening sessions. We co-hosted listening sessions with Downtown Tucson Partnership and worked with the Coalition Space on Fourth. And we really appreciate everyone who took the time to weigh in. People offered not only context to their concerns, but concrete suggestions and solutions. And it was a great way for our newer office to connect with constituents, because this parking discussion uncovered a lot of other systemic and ongoing problems that we need to address. And I passed around the report that our office came up with just to let you all know about the major themes that came out of that, which are very much aligned with what's mentioned in the memo. Park Tucson's objective is parking management, not revenue generation. We've been educating constituents about this. With that in mind, I appreciate the focus of this updated proposal and balancing cost recovery for Park Tucson with constituent concerns. It gets us on a better pathway to put us in the black, but doesn't put an undue burden on the businesses in the area. We shouldn't have one of our enterprise funds facing a deficit that forces borrowing from the general fund. So the fact that these modest rate increases, even without additional hour or day extensions, should provide enough to close the current Park Tucson deficit and address infrastructure, safety, and security needs makes it really compelling for me, and I feel supportive of it. I also want to acknowledge that many constituents and downtown employers have flagged safety concerns, particularly related to parking at night. And that goes beyond any plans that we have for parking fees, whether or not we're going to raise them. So we need to remain focused on continuing these conversations and finding real solutions. I hope that the additional revenue can help get us back to better baseline levels for parking garage security downtown. At the same time, I think it's important to note that many safety concerns are beyond the scope of what this proposal can do. We've got to keep working with partners like TPD, DTM, Downtown Tucson Partnership, and the local businesses on solutions to give employers and visitors a good experience in these districts. You know, they've been struggling. We have a lot more that we need to do to make Fourth Avenue a place where businesses are thriving and where people feel comfortable visiting and like they know where they can park. Because I feel like the signage and the infrastructure repairs are just as much of a barrier, if not more, to people wanting to visit downtown than 50 more cents per hour. I look forward to following the conversations around employee parking options. I appreciate the businesses and garage owners who have been in conversation with DTP and the city, and just let me know if the Ward 6 office can be helpful in any of these efforts. Thank you.
Councilman Lee, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I too am supportive of this increase. We have to be able to cover the cost of doing business and providing this service. My question/comment is more of a city manager conversation that I had with him this week, and that is, as Councilmember Schubert mentioned, about our employees. I know for our employees, a lot of folks who live further out away from the downtown core cannot take transit. It would take me 2 hours to get to City Hall from my home. So they have to drive into work and they have to pay for parking downtown. And I would really like to see a combination of this conversation and the budget conversation have a mechanism for addressing the increased cost to our employees and doing a better job of covering their cost if they don't have other options and they have to drive into the office. So those are just, one of the things that I'm thinking about, but overall supportive. And Tim, I would love to see those ideas before we move into approving the budget.
Mr. Tamir?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Lee. Yes, we have actually been pulling data together for Mayor and Council's consideration on the downtown allowance. And my intention was to bring that background to you and perhaps some food for thought on potential options to the study session of May 19th before you get to considering the final budget adoption.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just appreciate Councilmember Schubert for taking the time to engage community and uncover that some of the challenges on 4th Avenue go beyond parking, and that we hear the concerns and trying to strike a balance here, and that we want to continue working with them. And I know you've mentioned that as well, Mayor. So I'm looking forward to finding that balance. I think the only thing I want to add to the conversation is that I don't think we should be going another 10 years without raising rates. And so maybe it's something every 2 years we can revisit and see where we're at with the market. We know that parking, I know we all love free parking, but parking isn't really free and is taking up public infrastructure for private car use. And so I'm gonna always keep putting that in front of us, that parking isn't really free. It's costing us in different ways. And I think it's important that we recover the costs of providing that service to the public. But thank you, team, for that. I do also have some ideas, city manager, for incentivizing our city employees, the ones who do live closer to the city center, alternative options, and having some kind of financial benefit for foregoing a parking spot. But we can have those conversations later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the Department of Transportation and Mobility, our Park Tucson staff. I know we have a new director or manager of Park Tucson that has put himself to work immediately. The outreach reflected is really, really important. And this proposal is both community informed and mindful of our financial reality, which is important. I too want to thank Councilmember Schubert for spending so much time in meeting and doing outreach with stakeholders, including neighborhoods and small business owners in the 4th Avenue area and other spaces. This process has opened the door for more communication with the businesses and brought overdue attention to concerns, especially on 4th Avenue. I too had an opportunity to sit down with the 4th Avenue Coalition. We talked about how the city can be a better partner to them, because I think this goes beyond parking. And they're feeling the impact of so many different issues businesses are facing right now. Related to unsheltered homelessness, a fentanyl opioid crisis, an uncertain economy. So I want to make sure that I and the city of Tucson become good partners in the needs of our small businesses on 4th Avenue and throughout our city. But I feel a particular need to pay attention to those needs on 4th Avenue small businesses. It's important for us to be able to include other problem-solving issues and to find solutions, not just through Park Tucson, but through our small business program and through our Housing First program and through our Safe City initiative and our Safe City Team Up to Cleanup efforts. All of these things that and services that small businesses deserve in our community. So interested as well, Councilmember Schubert and everyone, in being part of the solution and making sure that we're having these continued conversations. Also, I think that it's important that when we do charge additional funds, that we reinvest into the infrastructure, the cleanliness and safety of not just our meters and our streets, but also our parking garages and parking lots in the city of Tucson. I would be more than happy to convene these conversations, especially with TUSD, to try and find solutions that could be beneficial to both Tucson High and to 4th Avenue employees. So with that, Councilmember Barajas, and do you need a motion to continue in this discussion, or would that be after the public hearing?
No, Mayor, there's no public hearing tonight. Actually, there's a consent item that would, if you would adopt the consent agenda, you would be adopting this proposal.
Okay, alrighty. Councilmember Barajas?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. What is the current percentage of the parking meters that aren't working? And what is the plan of action to fix those meters before we enforce any parking rate in the fee changes? And will that affect the total number amount that we just saw right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Barajas. There are 1,809 total meters in the system. Right now, 544 of those are in some form of disrepair. Depending on what's needed with each of the meter, the cost of repairing that can vary from $150 to $900 if you need to fully replace the entire assembly. We haven't just been sitting on those. We are sending them in for repair or replacement as needed, so we continue to do that. That's a moving target because in our sun and just given the equipment that it is, they periodically do fail. So every year we are trying to keep up on the repairs, but right now that's the current total. Obviously, repairing them will, all the ones that are broken, we're not collecting revenue at currently, nor do we issue citations for vehicles that are parked in areas with broken meters for not paying. So both from a meter revenue standpoint and possibly enforcement standpoint, repairing those would contribute to new revenue.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Barajas, I've also tasked with Assistant City Manager Swallow with leading a conversation with Park Tucson, DTM, and other stakeholders to look at the potential for modernizing our parking system away from on-street meters. There's block metering. There's a number of other ways we could have meters, but different ways of collecting them than the infrastructure we have now that's very maintenance intensive and kind of sporadic. So I've tasked that for over this next summer. So by the fall, I'd be hopeful that we'd have some, I just got the nod that by winter, hopefully we have some feedback for you on what might it look like to modernize our parking systems writ large and perhaps move away from our current system eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that investment and that review of our parking meters and parking systems is really important. Just yet another reason why we need to make sure that, as Vice Mayor said, we really need to we cannot wait 10 years to review what a cost of doing business is. We have to have like every 2 years, we need to review how much is it costing us, how much are the needs in terms of infrastructure, and what is the appropriate charge for the cost of doing business. I know Councilmember Schubert, you had a thought.
First, just 100% agree with the comments you just made. Just wanted to add, as we're looking at modernizing our system, I have received comments from constituents who feel that the reliance on smartphones is an access problem. I even have people who wish that the meters still accepted coins and money. I don't know how feasible any of that is, but I just wanted to put a plug in for wanting to be mindful about any technology or other accessibility barriers.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work on this, and looking forward to a future update in terms of how we put these new rates to work for us. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving on to item 8. Time has been set aside for discussion and direction relating to matters pending in front of the Pima County Board of Supervisors or other regional jurisdictions. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, our dynamic duo of Laura Dent and Stephanie Zamora will be approaching the table to take you through these next 2 items, starting with Pima County and local jurisdictions, and then we would slide directly into state and federal. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Zamora to take us through.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. The report submitted on this item covered some updates from the Pima County Board of Supervisors, specifically around housing, public safety, homelessness, and their climate action plan. There were no other updates to report on other regional jurisdictions, at least for this report, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions on this item? No, thank you. All right, so we move on to item 9. Moving on to item 9, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Romero and members of the council. Just a few brief updates to share today. At the federal level, Congress is currently in a district work period and a state work period this week. Members will return to Washington, D.C. for a 2-week session from the 11th through the 22nd before the Memorial Day holiday. During that time, Congress is expected to take up a reconciliation bill focused on immigration enforcement, continual appropriations, and we may see the surface transportation reauthorization bill in committee. At the state level, you may be following that Republicans shared their budget proposal a little over 1 week ago. I'll just touch on some brief highlights. My report goes in further detail, but the Republican majority has, as they have indicated historically and tried several times this session, embraced full tax conformity. The JLBC suggests that that proposal will reduce state revenues by about $438 million. The GOP budget includes 5% cuts across the board to most state departments, excluding several public safety departments, such as corrections, public safety, and child safety departments. Part of this cut includes a significant decrease in funding to the University of Arizona. There is no extension of Proposition 123 in this budget. We see some sweeps from dedicated funds into the general fund, which will have implications for programming, but does shore up the general fund. And there is the proposed elimination of the Rio Nuevo tax increment financing district. That is identified as a $19 million line item savings in the budget, although we have obviously some considerations around debt service obligations that would be absorbed by that would undercut savings, and opinions out there that exist around the protection of the enabling creation of the TIF based on Voter Protection Act defense of this effort. So that's all in there. The House has voted on that. The Senate voted on that yesterday, and it is on the governor's desk. The House did vote today to adjourn until June 1st, and we expect the Senate to take a recess soon as well. So it's going to be a little bit quiet at the legislature for a time, but I will keep you updated on state and federal actions. That's my report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dent. I had a question and then a couple of comments in terms of on the federal end, the Supreme Court recently deciding basically to gut Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, dealing a huge blow to Voting Rights Act, and Voting Rights Act was passed to prevent racial discrimination and a fair representation. It remains to be seen in terms of what is going to happen to redistricting, especially I'm thinking about state redistricting. It seems like there's a race to the bottom in the different states that are wanting to, I mean, an election was canceled that was happening, I think, already. There was people voting on in Louisiana very specifically on congressional seats. And so it's just horrendous. I think we need to keep an eye, especially Mr. Lusk, in terms of what, you know, what other cities are doing, what organizations are, NAACP, I think, and other organizations are planning legal fights against what happened in Louisiana very specifically. So it is just devastating what this blow to the Voting Rights Act means to us all. I think we have to keep an eye. And I think that it just is going to have to go back to Congress in terms of passing laws to ban partisan and racial gerrymandering. It's just devastating. Anyway, I just wanted to notice that because that was something recent that will affect redistricting and state legislative districts. Other thing I wanted to ask, we received a call to add the city of Tucson to the mifepristone case. And I wanted to clarify, Mr. Lusk, how do we want to proceed when there's questions about adding the city of Tucson to certain cases in amicus briefs, especially on certain issues, public education, abortion rights, other issues that previously we had added ourselves to just because of the history that we have as mayor and council on certain issues. So I just wanted to kind of, on this time with the mifepristone case, we were asked to have the city of Tucson attached to an amicus to support the right to use mifepristone for abortion access. I've added myself only because you didn't feel comfortable adding the city of Tucson, but I just want to make sure that we clarify your process and how you think about adding the city of Tucson to certain amicus in certain cases.
Thanks, Mayor. I think it's important to, one, address the specific issue that you just raised, which I think, thanks to our conversation and our conversation with the city manager, I was able to do a little work in looking at previous positions that the mayor and council had taken, especially in resolutions 23477 and 23419. And I believe it's consistent with the city of Tucson adding themselves as an amicus to that brief. And we will do so as soon as we're done here. But as it relates to other matters, obviously it's a conversation that we'll have with mayor and council as we're sort of new in the position for me, but not new with the city. But having those conversations is important. And as I am aware of those requests for amicus briefs, we will have those discussions, and we intend to sort of address those both through our legislative updates, state and federal, but also through conversations with mayor and council as going forward, just to make sure that I'm properly aligned with mayor and council's vision.
Yeah, this particular case, what was the group that approached?
It's PRP, it's our Public Rights Project.
Public Rights Project approach both the city attorney's office and my office to add ourselves as the city of Tucson to an amicus brief defending the right to use mifepristone for abortion access. Sometimes these things happen, right? Between meetings, we get requests to add ourselves. I added myself as a mayor, but they really truly wanted the city of Tucson to add in the amicus. And so after some conversation with City Attorney Lusk and we decided to bring it here so that we could be very, very clear in terms of how my colleagues on the council and I align to add ourselves in between meetings on this. So I don't know if you all had any questions or comments in terms of how those decisions are made by the city attorney, but I guess in terms of if we, the mayor and council, have taken any positions on any of the issues that were being asked in between meetings to add amicus briefs on, I think that that's how you're going to base your decisions to add us on, Roy?
That's correct, Mayor. I'm more than willing to take a direction from the mayor and council as we can have those conversations.
Okay. Any questions, comments on any of this conversation? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were all well informed on this. Anything else that you want to add? Any questions that we have on this side of the table? Okay. All righty. So thank you so much. Really appreciate you both. We move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Schubert?
Yeah, I want to remove the parking fee update from the consent agenda just to make some additional comments.
Which one is that? Item
7C.
7C? Any others? Councilmember Barajas?
I want to ask a question. Will we be considering liquor license altogether or one by one?
All together, but you can, if there's some issue, you can ask to consider one on its own.
Well, I would ask if we can pull item 5B2 under liquor licenses for sampling privileges for Liquor Dan, as we have received considerable community comment on this item.
Alrighty, any others? Alrighty, hearing none. Item 11, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, we are adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting is on Tuesday, May 19th. And we will regroup here at 5:30 to start the regular meeting. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm here.
great. Councilmember Dahl?
Here.
Councilmember Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Schubert?
Here. Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly conduct or disruptive conduct continues after warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia of the Sober Project. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, good afternoon, Ms. Mayor, City Council, fellow Tucsonans. It's a busy night. Man, we need some prayer. If you are so inclined, would you please bow your heads? Lord, we come to you and we just ask you to just settle the dust. Just let everybody relax, focus on what's at hand. Father God, I pray for my city council, for my mayor, that Lord, that they would come to you. They would come to you for wisdom, insight, knowledge, power, and truth. Lord, this is Tucson, Arizona, one of your crowns and jewels in your crown. We ask you to bless this city. From mountain to mountain, this valley holds the bones of my ancestors. Lord, I ask you to ordain, anoint, and protect this city. Take care of our city council and our mayor, Lord, and their families. Keep them healthy, keep them strong, keep them focused on what's at hand, Lord, but most of all, Lord, just keep them. We ask in your perfect name. Amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Larry, for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you. Item 2C1 and 2C2 are presentations. Our first presentation, I'd like to proclaim May 6th through May 12th to be National Small Business Week and National Economic Development Week. And then I'll go up there to introduce our guests for that item. And then item 2C2 is a proclamation proclaiming May 6th through May 12th to be National Nurses Week. As always, if any of my colleagues wants to join me up there to celebrate and present these presentations and proclamations, please do so. I would love to have you there. All righty. Okay. So, yes, there's a lot of guests here today. So I don't know if you want to hold this, or Frankie, or any of the business owners, but let me just make sure that we introduce the people that are here with us today. Guests from our Small Business Center and our small businesses here this week with us is Tacos y Antojos Sol, Soledad Guerrero. The Cookie Jar, Cynthia Hermosillo. Renaissance Antique, Adrian Fio. Genuine Services, LLC, Jose Gutierrez. Dibeli Digital Solutions, Dibeli Valverde. Balika Services, Edith Herrera. Sasha's LLC, Jocelyn Sazueta and Mike Sazueta. Mesquite Handyman, Alejandro Valenzuela. Chalipao, Miguel Lopez, Pet Grooming, Mimundo, Arali Valdez, and Charles Hurtado. El Antojo Poblano, Anali Guzman. Dulce Pastelo, Irene Almazan. Buen Dia Breakfast and Lunch Cafe, Julio Garcia and Jael Garcia. Our economic development partners. We have incredible economic development partners here with us today. Pima County Economic Development, Kelly Maslin and Frank Dillon. Local First, Chris Mazzarella. Startup Tucson, Megan Fink. Pima College, Ian Rourke. U of A is being represented with us today. Julie Katzel and Doug Hogsted. UACI, Anita Bell. UA Tech Park, Carol Stewart. JTED, Merrill Kemp Wilcox. Downtown Tucson Partnership, Crystal Moore. Hispanic Chamber, Rob Elias. I saw Rob over there somewhere. CIC, Danny Nee. Startup Tucson, Liz Polcock. I saw Joe Snell is here with us today. Felipe Garcia with Visit Tucson is here with us, and any other guests that have anything to do with economic development and small businesses. I think everybody should come up front. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the incredible work that you do for our community. I know that you all work day in, day out on behalf of Tucsonans, not just your families and your employees, but to create a better quality of life to every single Tucsonan. We see you, we see the amazing work that you all do for our community and appreciate you. I know that we have incredible staff as well. I see Francisca Villegas and Mike Shakowski with our economic initiatives team. So I know that I gave out the proclamation. So here we go. On behalf of the City of Tucson, the Office of the Mayor, whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives works to attract and retain primary jobs to grow and sustain the local economy. And whereas from the storefront shops that anchor our main streets to the high-tech startups that keep America on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And whereas economic development activities promote job creation and ensure that all Tucsonans enjoy economic mobility and wealth creation. And whereas, according to the Small Business Administration, and we can all start dancing after this, according to the Small Business Administration, 36.2 million small businesses employ more than 62.3 million people across the United States. And whereas the City of Tucson's bilingual business navigator team, located at the Small Business Center, offers free classes, open office hours, navigation services, and access to capital assistance in English and Spanish, has helped small business owners access millions of dollars in capital, and has provided more than 3,100 hours of training and one-on-one assistance, serving 435 businesses year to date. And whereas through Connect Tucson outreach, the Tucson Small Business Center continues to promote local businesses, share training and technical assistance opportunities, highlight partnerships such as the Skill Bridge program, and encourage residents to support business corridors such as 12th Avenue, Broadway, Grand, Speedway, and many other areas in our city. Whereas the City of Tucson values its collaborative relationships with other local and regional organizations, state and federal agencies, chambers of commerce, colleges and universities, and a variety of other organizations dedicated to enhancing quality of life through economic development. And whereas the City of Tucson Office of Economic Initiatives works to stimulate entrepreneurship and incubate new ventures in order to foster innovation and help establish the next generation of new local businesses. And whereas when we support businesses, both large and small, jobs are created, people's lives are enhanced, and the community thrives. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2026, to be National Small Business Week and National Economic Development Week in this community, and remind all of our residents of the importance of the city's economic development efforts, which expand career opportunities and improve quality of life, and encourage all of our residents to frequent local small businesses and appreciate what they may contribute to Tucson and our economy. So please visit local. And support local businesses. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 5th day of May, 2026. Congratulations. And I would like to invite our small businesses as well as our economic development partners to say some words, if someone wants to join us. Okay, so our program director of the Small Business Program, Francisca Villegas.
Thank you. I'm going to be very short and sweet because I want to make sure one of our guests is able to speak tonight. Buenas tardes. Thank you so much for giving us the time. On behalf of the City of Tucson Small Business Center, I thank you for recognizing the work of these local businesses through this proclamation. I appreciate the support. Please buy local, visit our businesses, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to be with us tonight. And with that, if time permits, I would like for Jose Gutierrez to just say a few words.
And what business you
All right, my name is Jose Gutierrez. I own Genuine Services. And first and most, I'd like to, sorry, I'm normally not on this side of the pedestal. But yeah, so council, mayor, and the members of the council, it's my pleasure to be in this presence. Yeah, so my name is Jose Gutierrez. I own Genuine Services. And we do hardscaping and a lot of landscaping, a little bit of everything. And this program has helped out dramatically a lot because of my profits and employees has doubled 50% of what I started. And that's in a 2-year mark. So within those 2 years, it's jumped out 50%. Oh, yeah, sorry. Like I said,
Say that into the mic, please.
I'm new to this. You have to excuse me. Okay? Yeah, so I'm grateful for the program. I'm grateful for everybody, the staff especially. They're real helpful and grateful, and we're here to service Tucson and everybody. So thank you again, and it's an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And our economic development partners, Mike, if you want to introduce a couple.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, members of the council. I too am short and sweet, so just so you know. And all of us economic development folks are all introverts, so I'm having trouble having anyone say any words. So, but I'm probably going to have Kelly Maslin, my partner from the county, come up and say a few things. But I did want to just say, number one, thank you to Mayor and Council for all your support on all the projects. As I've been discussing with a lot of you, we have been ridiculously busy over the last several months, and that's only going to continue. And I really appreciate everything you're doing. Tim and Christina, everybody back there, Liz, Anna, thank you all for your support. Appreciate everything that you all do every day. This is just a great opportunity for us to say thank you for all of this. Thank you very much.
I'm right
I'm taller than you, and I'm not used to it.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much for recognizing Economic Development Week. It's such an important time to recognize all of these people throughout the region who do work to build our small businesses and our medium-sized businesses to make them better and stronger. And that's what we want for this region, is great jobs for people. And that's what we work on every day. So thank you for recognizing that.
I just want to say, first and foremost, to our small businesses, okay, and by the way, if you didn't hear this, 50% job employees and revenue and profits because of the help that our small business program contributed. Of course, it's all you. It's all you. But I want to thank the small business owners for coming, for making time to be here with us. You are the backbone of our economy. 60% of the jobs in Pima County are created by small businesses, and so you are so important. I just want to recognize how 6 years ago we created our small business program as part of economic initiatives, and you know, how important it is that we've created a program from scratch to make sure that we had success stories like yours. And that we not only became a good partner as a city to small businesses to help you start up, but also to thrive. And so what you say makes me very happy. And to our economic development partners, the Chamber, the U of A Tech Park, University of Arizona, Pima Community College, CIC nonprofit partners, equally important, what you do is coming from passion, and that only together, right? I see Pima County and so many partners, only together can we push our community forward to make sure that every single person has a good quality of life and an opportunity for social and economic mobility. You and all of us make this possible. So muchísimas gracias. Now we're going to pose for a picture. Council colleagues. Ándale, éntrele.
Thank you.
This is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Regina, ¿quién se quedó con ese?
Gracias. Hola. Nos vemos en el evento, ¿verdad? Gracias.
A ti. Nos vemos pronto. Welcome. Happy birthday. Belated birthday.
Happy Economic Development and Small Business Week, everyone. We have one more. I just asked the council colleagues to join me for this one. This is an important one too. Muchas gracias, 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 gracias. Yes, gracias a ustedes, gracias. Thank you so much. Alrighty, this is an equally important proclamation. So I want to invite our guests. This is welcoming. There's tons of people here for this one as well. So this is celebrating National Nurses Week. We're so glad we're here tonight. Thank you for the incredible nurses that actually keep us safe and have tons of compassion and heart. It really takes a calling to be a nurse, and usually I like to say that nurses and teachers go directly to heaven. And with that, I'd like to invite, if we have any of the individuals here to celebrate Nurses Week with us. We invited Mimi Kumler, CEO of Tucson Medical Center. And if you'd like to join us, Joyce Drozd, manager, Tucson Medical Center, Tucson Collaborative Community Care with TC3, Allison Bozer, RN, Clinical Wellbeing Specialist with Tucson Medical Center, Natalie Norum, RN, Family Nurse Practitioner at TMC1, Peter Garcia, RN, Manager Clinical Support, TMC Rincon, Jennifer Tobias, RN Manager, Oncology Infusion, TMC Health Cancer Center, Mary Gallegos, RN, Clinical Nurse Lead, Oncology Infusion at TMC Health Cancer Center, Jenna Joy, RN, Charge Nurse, Oncology Infusion, TMC Health Cancer Center. From El Rio Health, Clinton Kuhns, President and CEO of El Rio Health. El Rio Nurses, Marianne Juarez, Ana Hernandez, Jennifer Stivers, Amber Flores, Mercedes Rivera. From Banner University, Beth Draves, Banner's Chief Nursing Officer, our amazing Banner nurses, Kelly Moorhead, Tara Knight, Melissa Davis, and Marine, Cherry Hudson, Rebecca Harrell, Kristen Hobbin, Mike Kosis, Banner Director of Strategy and Communication. And from St. Joseph, we have Monique Cortez, Maria Manzanares. From St. Mary's, Nurse Dominic Hamilton, who's here with the Nurses Union, and Christine Valenzuela, Labor Representative. And if you want to just like get in here and squish in, Julia, you want to join us? Julia Strange here with TMC. Julia, join us. I didn't know you were coming. Oh, come on. Come on. All right. So happy to have these amazing and smart women. It must be like 250 years worth of education and service and experience provided to our community. We are lucky to have you and have your organization's representative here in Tucson. So with that, on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, we proclaim, let me see, May 6th through May 12th to be National Nurses Week in our community. So whereas National Nurses Week honors the indispensable role of nurses in delivering skilled medical care with unwavering compassion, caring for our children, the sick, the elderly, and more, while advocating for fair wages and safe working conditions, and strengthening the health and well-being of our community. Whereas nurses are often the first and primary contact for patients and their families facing uncertain medical emergencies. And whereas the state of Arizona is facing a shortage of 30,000 nurses, underscoring the critical need to educate, recruit, and retain the very best in the nursing profession. And whereas we recognize the critical role nurses play in our community, making meaningful connections, advocating for quality care and increased access to care, and promoting a culture of respect and dignity for all patients. And whereas TMC, Banner, El Rio, St. Joseph's, St. Mary's, are many caring nursing homes, home health, school, and other offices collectively employ more than 14,000 nurses, including 11,000 registered nurses, 1,500 licensed practical nurses, 1,300 nurse practitioners, and 300 nurse anesthesiologists. It says anesthetic.
Nurse anesthetist.
Anesthetists in the city of Tucson. And whereas local nurses should be celebrated for their professionalism, passion, and service to our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the week of May 6th through May 12th, 2026, to be National Nurses Week in our community, and encourage all of our residents to acknowledge, appreciate, and celebrate the contributions that nurses make to our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 6th day of May, 2026. Congratulations. Okay, now I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put you all on the spot because I'd like to welcome a representative from each organization to share a few words.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this beautiful proclamation. My name's Mimi Kumler. I'm the CEO of Tucson Medical Center, and I'm a registered nurse. And what you said is all true. Nurses are compassionate, they're kind, and they show up in the moments in your life when you need them the most. And like all of you, nurses are advocates. Year over year, those surveys get published about the most trusted professionals, and nurses, year after year, are at the very top of the list. And I believe that is because we work tirelessly to take care of our friends and family and the communities that we live in. And so thank you for recognizing that incredibly important work today.
Hi, welcome. My name is Marianne Juarez. I'm the Senior Director of Care Coordination at El Rio Health. I have the pleasure of working with such great community partners. It takes a team and a village to take care of Tucson. And the fact that we can contact each other and work together, it is such a joy. And in primary care, we want to keep them out of the hospital, but when they're in the hospital, we will safely take them back and we will take care of them. So on behalf of El Rio Health, thank you. Thank you to our partners. Thank you for allowing us to provide access to care to our patients. Thank you, Regina.
A representative from Banner.
My name is Beth Draves. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Banner, our Tucson market, and I just wanted to extend an amazing thank you for recognizing our fellow nurses. I had the opportunity of bringing some of our bedside nurses here today to honor them from Banner. We have over 2,000 nurses in our market, and that's just a small number of what the amazing groups and teams do for our community. And I just wanted to extend just a heartfelt thank you to our partners within the community. We can't do it without each other, and for us to be here as one team really representing nursing, I am humbled and so proud to be a part of this profession, so thank you.
And representing the Nurses Union.
Hi, just wanted to say thank you once again for the recognition of Nurses Week. We all come to this profession wanting to help the vulnerable, but learn skills along the way, learn how to really build community along the way, and be with our patients when they're at their most vulnerable. So as the representative from National Nurses United, thank you so much.
And then if we can squish everyone together and take a nice picture, we'd really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for doing this. No, I didn't put myself on the list because I'm not dying. I just want to say thank you.
Yes, I wanted to make sure I said hi. Yeah, I recognize you. Of course. Of course, just anytime. Just call us, CJ's a friend, text like everything.
I'm Miranda Sherbert. I'm Christine in the labor rep. Thank you so much for sending that letter. Is it okay to get a picture of you guys?
Sorry, not me to job. Okay,
Adorbs. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you for choosing to.
Thanks, Mayor. Is it okay to get a picture with the nurses? Are you on? Yes, I'm on. Nice. Thank you. Get in there. Yes, you too. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
All righty, so we move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 122, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? All righty, pretty much everyone. What I'll do is I'll start over here, Ward 6 down to Ward 1. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Schubert.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, so my current event report opens as usual with the traffic violence update of the incidents that have occurred since our last mayor and council meeting, which took place on April 21st. So on April 22nd, 48-year-old and 16-year-old drivers were both taken to the hospital after a 2-vehicle crash. The 48-year-old later passed away. On the 24th, there was a 3-vehicle crash in which one of the vehicles rolled over and one person was transported to the hospital with injuries. 3 different things happened on the 29th. A 16-year-old driver was taken to the hospital and later died from his injuries. There was also a fatal 3-vehicle crash in which a 26-year-old driver was pronounced dead on the scene. And there were also 2 people who suffered serious injuries in a motorcycle crash. And then on May 1st, 2 things happened. A 42-year-old motorcyclist died at the scene of a 2-vehicle crash, and a pedestrian was hit by a car and taken to the hospital with serious injuries. So I just wanted to briefly touch on how we think about people walking in the roadway, because there's been a lot of talk recently about safety in the roads and about the importance of enforcement. So I just want to flag that the term jaywalking itself has an interesting origin. It was popularized in the early 20th century as part of an effort to shift responsibility for street safety away from drivers and onto pedestrians. That framing still shapes how we think about enforcement today. But the physics haven't changed. On streets posted at 40 miles per hour, which are very common in Tucson, the risk to a pedestrian is extremely high. And we know that actual travel speeds are often 5 to 10 miles per hour over the posted limit. At those speeds, the likelihood of a person surviving a crash drops dramatically. So when we talk about safety, we have to be honest about where the greatest risks lie. And of course, pedestrians have a role to play in protecting their own safety, but I think that in that situation, drivers are disproportionately in a position of power and posing a greater risk. So that's why I would encourage a continued emphasis on aligning our enforcement efforts with risk, that we should be focusing our limited resources on the behaviors most likely to result in fatal or life-altering outcomes, while also continuing the important engineering and design work that reduces speeds and prevents dangerous situations in the first place. Related to traffic safety, I want to acknowledge the new Tucson signal at Euclid and 2nd Street that was installed and activated last week. In response to the tragic deaths of Sofia Kimi Trotel, Josiah Patrick Santos, and Katia Castillo Mendoza on October 30th, the crossing is a toucan, not a hawk, because two can cross at the same time, pedestrians and cyclists. I look forward to strategizing ways to be proactive and prevent more unnecessary road deaths with my colleagues on the council. And just want to be clear, whether or not an individual is jaywalking or inebriated, they weren't asking for it and they don't deserve to die. All right, moving on to upcoming current events. On Wednesday, May 6th at 6 p.m., the Planning Commission is going to review the proposed data center regulations to be added to the city's development codes. This update would create standards and regulations for large-scale data centers. The meeting is hybrid with a virtual option and in-person option right here in the council chambers. After the Planning Commission review process, there would be a public hearing and recommendation to the mayor and council, and then we would consider and adopt it. So this is a good opportunity to weigh in about the proposed data center regulations. Again, that's tomorrow. There's also a Transportation Funding 101 session happening on Thursday, May 7th. An excellent opportunity to get a full breakdown of how funding for transportation is secured and spent in the city of Tucson. Since one of our top priorities is finding more funding for safe streets and transit, the Ward 6 team and I found it to be really helpful. Might sound a little boring, but it's actually really interesting. It's important to have a clear picture of where we stand now as we work on advancing solutions for our transportation systems. The meeting's virtual 1 to 2:30 p.m. And again, that's Wednesday, May 7th. No, Thursday, May 7th. May 7th is Thursday. Okay. Applications now open for Economic and Workforce Development and Special Events grants. That deadline is May 18th. The Workforce Development Grant is for local nonprofits that support youth and adult workforce development and help small businesses grow. And the Special Events Grant is to support organizations that hold special events to help grow our economy, create community, and celebrate our heritage and culture. Speaking of culture, just my final note is that May is AAPI, Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. Special shout out to mixed people, also known as Wasians. I myself am half white, half Chinese. So I will be celebrating AAPI month and looking forward to uplifting the organizations and businesses that are part of the Tucson community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take a moment to share a few recent and upcoming highlights happening across Ward 5. First, I invite you all to join us for our first Ward 5 lunch meetup this Friday, May 8th from 12 to 1:30 p.m. at Michael Restaurant, located at 835 East 22nd Street. This is a local family-owned business that has been serving our community since 2009, and this gathering is part of an ongoing effort to support our local small businesses, especially during construction, and to create space for connection with residents. Our Ward 5 team and I will be there, and we welcome folks to stop by, join us for lunch, and to connect. On May 1st, we kicked off the month with some excitement and had the opportunity to attend the opening of the new Arizona Public Media Facility, marking a major investment in public broadcasting and education in Southern Arizona. The Paul and Alice Baker AZPM building, a 50,000 square foot facility located at the Bridges, represents a new chapter for community storytelling, learning, and access. I look forward to supporting and collaborating with our nearby neighborhoods as this space begins to serve the community. Over the weekend, we had the honor of cutting the ribbon at Parkview Park, celebrating a meaningful investment in the Julia Keene neighborhood. While the park has long served the community, the new Julia Keene Stormwater Park transforms years of flooding challenges into an innovative solution that protects homes while creating a vibrant, welcoming space. Inspired by the Sonoran Desert, it will continue to grow into a cooler, greener place and more shade and opportunities to gather, reflecting what's possible when a community comes together to shape solutions that honor its identity and priorities. Thank you to our partners, including Pima County, Storm to Shade, Flowers and Bullets, and the Julia Keene Neighborhood Association. And a special thank you to neighborhood leader Leah Vidal, a resident of over 50 years, for helping bring this vision to life. Over the weekend, I also had the pleasure of attending the 16th Annual Legacy of Excellence College Scholarship Banquet. Congratulations to all of the TUSD high school seniors who received scholarships. Your hard work and dedication are inspiring, and we are proud of you. I also want to take a moment to honor the life and legacy of Don Kostrike, who came to the south side of Tucson in the early 1970s and built a lasting wrestling legacy at Sunnyside High School. His impact goes far beyond championships. He helped shape generations of young people who went on to become leaders in their fields and pillars in our community. May he rest in peace. I would like to welcome a new business to Ward 5. Bubba Q opened its doors this Saturday at 5005 South Campbell Avenue. We wish them continued success and appreciate their investment in our community. Before I close, I would like to wish one of our Ward 5 Council Advisors, Fernando Ortiz, if you could stand up, Fernando, a happy early birthday. Let's all wish him many blessings. Thank you all.
Councilwoman Lee?
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl?
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Cunningham?
I'm going to take a little extra time tonight. You'll figure out why, but let's start with the easy ones. Good news. As I reported a few weeks ago, we had to shut down the Fort Lowell pool. And we were worried about a leak underground. We were worried about it was forming a sinkhole. We actually cut through. We took a risk hoping that we could repair it. It is currently holding. We have a few more days to find out if we're going to be able to reopen the pool this summer, but we're cautiously optimistic. But because it is holding, we do get to reopen the splash pad effective this week. So Fort Lowell splash pad will be open this week. That's a good thing. Second of all, I want to wish a 154th birthday to Harold Bell Wright. They had their annual picnic on May 4th, the Star Wars Day. But Harold Bell Wright actually was the first ever novelist to sell 1 million copies, and he built a ranch here in Tucson and lived here in the early part of the century. And so I really enjoyed the meeting with the Harold Bell Wright Neighborhood Association, and congratulations to everything. Palo Verde Park we've been working on it about a year. And we have 2 events going on, May 29th at 9:30 a.m., at 5:30 p.m. and May 30th at 9:30 a.m. The May 29th is a neighborhood gathering to open the new park. We have a new irrigation system, new grass, a lighted softball field, and a new playground. We also converted the former basketball court to pickleball courts. We have 3 pickleball courts there as well. So it's really exciting. It also opens up some extra fields for both the softball and baseball leagues and one of the East Side youth football programs. So we're really excited to be able to open Palo Verde Park after about a year of work. The next day we'll be dedicating the Judith Mama Blair basketball courts. Joseph Blair, an alumni of the University of Arizona who played in the 1994 Final Four, raised $125,000 privately and then gave some more of his own treasure to make this happen. This will be a covered basketball court with 2 full courts that are both 94 feet length. To my knowledge, they'll be the only covered outdoor courts that are NBA length in the city. And it's a really great feature and a really good piece for the park. So come on out either the 29th, I think, at 5:30 p.m. or Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. for the big community event to celebrate the reopening of that court. I want to thank Lara Hamway and her teams at Parker Recreation, as well as the Palo Verde Park Neighborhood Association for making all this happen.
This week, a young man, 92 years old, named Frank Villa, passed away, but he was also known as Kiko to his friends and family. He was born on a ranch on the other side of the Rincon Mountains, and after graduating high school, joined the Army, served in the 82nd Airborne, and then worked at the Department of what now is Environmental Services, but he worked at the Department of Sanitation for 30 years and served the city of Tucson very well. And so I want to extend condolences to Frank Villa, Kiko's family, and thank him for all the contributions he made to our country and to Tucson. About 1 year ago today, we were at this exact space at this exact time of day, and I had a missed call from my mother and a missed call from my mother's next door neighbor. My dad had a circulatory event, and I had to leave the council meeting. Tucson Fire was able to keep him alive so I could get to the hospital and wish him farewell. It's been an incredible year in public service for me with all the things that have happened. I want to thank my colleagues on this council for everything that's happened in this year, because it's in a year of ups and downs, it's been super special. And today was really difficult to reflect on all the things that have happened. So I wanted to, it's very rare that I'm going to bring my dad up again, so this is kind of an emotional moment. It's been a year, and my time of mourning in my religion is over. And I just wanted to say one last time, I want to thank my dad for his contributions to our community. And I want to thank him for everything that he's taught me. So this has been a great year, and I thank everybody for letting me be on the city council. It's been an awesome ride.
Thank you, council member. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for sharing your dad and sharing all the stories of how he's influenced you throughout your life, and sending you and your family like all the love and light today. For my summary of current events, today, May 5th, is the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous People in the U.S. and Canada, highlighting the disproportionately high rates of violence faced by Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Research shows that Arizona has the third highest number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in the nation. For far too long, this crisis has continued without the level of awareness, resources, or coordinated action needed to properly investigate and prosecute these cases, and we know that this needs to change. Since the mayor and I launched the new task force in 2023, we've made a clear commitment to prioritizing this issue across Southern Arizona. The city of Tucson is the first in the nation to establish its own Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Task Force, focused on developing meaningful recommendations around data collection, policy training, and service delivery. This task force brings together partners from the city of Tucson, Pima County, the Pascuayaqui tribe, Tohono O'odham Nation, Indivisible Tohono, and Emerge, to create a dedicated forum for law enforcement, subject matter experts, organizations, tribal leaders, community members, advocates, survivors, and their families and stakeholders to collaborate on concrete actions and recommendations for Tucson and Pima County. Last week, my staff attended the task force meeting here at City Hall, where TPD shared its current efforts and heard directly from the community about what still needs to be done. One key takeaway was the importance of the language we use when discussing these cases. A guest speaker emphasized the need to use terms like missing or endangered child rather than runaway or delinquent. We will provide an update to the community on the task force progress since 2023 at an upcoming mayor and council meeting. Now over a week ago, Saturday, April 25th, we gathered at Mission Manor Park for our 5th annual Dia de la Niñez, our first time celebrating in this space, and we were filled with joy. We had the opportunity to partner with Councilmember Selena Barajas and the Ward 5 team to bring together hundreds of families to celebrate our children. We had over 800 people in attendance. As a mama and as a community member, we know our children deserve to be celebrated, protected, and uplifted, not just in words, but through action and connection like this. I want to thank all of our generous sponsors, partners, volunteers, and food vendors, and to those who donated candy, toys, and bicycles. Because of you, it was a beautiful day, and we look forward to continuing this celebration for many years to come. I'd also like to share an upcoming opportunity, our community celebration at the Mercado San Agustin on Friday, May 8th. where we'll be celebrating the 15th anniversary with the quinceañera themed event, honoring the history, culture, and small businesses that have made the Mercado such a special place in our city. Mayor Romero and I will be joining to offer remarks alongside founders and original tenants as we recognize this important milestone. Our Ward 1 Budget de la Gente team will also be there, giving community members the opportunity to vote on our participatory budgeting proposals, which are projects submitted by community members of what they would like to see come to life in Ward 1. It's a beautiful opportunity to celebrate community culture and collective vision, and we invite everybody to come out and participate. And then on Sunday, this coming Sunday, our West Side Ride BC Burros, where we're going to celebrate our mamas on Mother's Day and all the caretakers who show up for our community with love. I'll be leading the ride along with my staffer, Kristen. It's a morning of connection, movement, and joy. Bring your babies, big and small. Let's ride together in honor of the mujeres who guide us, lift us, and keep us going. We'll meet Sunday, May 10th, 8 a.m. at 940 West Alameda Street. If you need a bike, Dugo bikes will be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Really appreciate the making it a mother-themed ride. Really appreciate all of the information that you've all shared. I too want to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Usually what I like to do at the mayor's office when we celebrate these heritage months is highlight small businesses. And so this month, my office is connecting with local AAPI-owned small businesses and organizations, highlighting their stories and their work on my social media and Instagram. Please give me a follow at Tucson Mayor. AAPI-owned businesses are a vital part of Tucson's history, culture, and economy, and I'm proud to support their work and share their stories with you. Also, May is Older Americans Month, and on May 1st, my office was honored to join Pima Council on Aging and TMC alongside Councilmember Schubert to help kick off the month by celebrating Pima County's centenarians. In the city of Tucson, we're proud to support older adults through our Parks and Recreation senior programs and our annual Senior Olympics. Our city is vibrant because of the experience and wisdom of our elders. So happy Older Americans Month this May, and appreciate everything that you do for our community. With that, I am going to move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 123, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing for this evening. Just want to reiterate that the City of Tucson Housing and Community Development Department is inviting nonprofit organizations to submit letters of interest to operate a mobile shower unit program serving individuals experiencing homelessness. Through this initiative, the city will provide a mobile shower trailer at no cost to a selected nonprofit partner. The goal is to expand access to hygiene services, improve public health outcomes, and support outreach efforts among unsheltered Tucsonans. While the city will provide the trailer and onboarding support, the selected organization will be responsible for all program operations, including staffing, transportation, supplies, water, wastewater disposal, and maintenance. Interested parties can learn more at tucsonaz.gov. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Alrighty, item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 131, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have one application for a personal transfer, one application for a sampling privilege, and one application for a special event. All applications are in compliance with city requirements. At the request of Councilmember Barajas, we will separately consider item 5B2. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5C1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
May I have a second? Anyone?
Second.
There's
Second.
a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. And we will be considering a separate item. Can you read it, Ms. Clerk?
Yes. So it's item 5B2, Liquor Dan, city number 1026, Series 9S, at the address of 6121 South 6th Avenue. Staff has indicated the applicant is in compliance with city requirements.
Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Clerk. I would like to call to the audience, request to address the mayor and council.
Alrighty, there are a couple of people that want to speak on this item.
Yes.
Alrighty, can you introduce them to us?
Yolanda Herrera and Jamal Givens.
All right. Did you want to speak? Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Jamal Givens. I'm the president and CEO of LPKNC, which is a nonprofit organization that focuses on prevention of substance misuse and promoting mental health and wellness for families and community. And so I wanted to just share with you all a little bit of the concern around sampling permits within our particular community. I work within Ward 5 and have been working in that community over the last 20-something years. We've continuously come to this council over those years with Ms. Yolanda and other members of our community just to share about how we want to make sure that we're keeping our community safe. There's been many efforts by this council, and I should say awesome efforts by this council, to deal with the unhoused, to support those that are having mental health challenges, and those that might be dealing with addiction. There are things that happen within communities that can also assist in those things, and there are things like oversaturation of liquor licenses in a particular community, or underage selling, things that are, people breaking the law and things of that nature. So there's opportunities where the council can say, hey, maybe we should take a look at this and be mindful of how we move forward on supporting or denying the issue that might be in front of you, which is allowing an establishment to have a sampling permit. Within Ward 5, there has been over, within the last year and 4.5 months now, 60,000 calls for officers to do some work within the community around police activity, and this is off of their website, TPD stats and things of that nature. And so just really want to ask, we're not anti-business. We're not anti-businesses that are selling alcohol legally, but we just want to be mindful of what are we doing? It's those little things sometimes, excuse me, that we don't consider, and then we wonder 5 years later, well, how did we get here? This is a small liquor store. I've worked with Liquor Dan's in the past before its previous owners, and he was really community oriented. And he allowed us to come into his stores and educate the people that were buying liquor there, like "Don't buy for the little guys," one of our campaigns. And he would allow us to put that on his alcohol and his beer and stuff like that. So reminding people during graduation. And so he understood, even though he was selling liquor and alcohol within his community, that he had a responsibility. And so there were certain things that he would not allow to have happen also. And so when we look at Liquor Dan's, I just ask that when we look at the sampling, it's nothing against Liquor Dan themselves. It's just about the opportunity of that little crack that could open up for some other things because of that particular community, its proximity to the schools. And so just ask you guys to consider that as we move forward. So I would thank you for doing it. And Ms. Oh, no, you're good.
It's okay. So as you know, I'm no stranger to you all when it comes to liquor establishments. We do want to maintain and protect the integrity and safety of our community for our youth and our elders, of which I guess I'm now an elder. I'm in my 7th decade. So, but I'm very grateful for LPKNC to continue what we started back 30-some years ago. So please be mindful of what you're looking at to help protect our community, the area. It's not the safest place when it comes to four-way stop. We heard your issues with accidents. We don't want to increase accidents. We don't want to lose any more of our community members, especially our youth. So with that, we do request that you move this forward with a denial. With a denial, it gives us better leverage at the state. We'll do our work that's necessary. It's the burden of proof always seems to be on the community. So we really need your support and assistance with your attorney in helping represent our community to continue to keep it safe. So please honor our request to recommend a denial on this, especially when there's no limitations to how many samplings they can hold in a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Thank you, Yolanda. Do you want to invite the applicant if they're present?
Yes, if they're present. Liquor Dan? I don't believe so.
Okay, go ahead, council member.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I would like to take a moment to discuss Liquor Dan and share my concerns regarding the request for sampling privileges. I want to acknowledge the advocacy of LPKNC and members of the Sunnyside neighborhood who have constantly raised important concerns around community health, safety, and quality of life, particularly as it relates to issues of addiction and mental health. These are real challenges that our neighborhoods are actively working through, and they deserve careful consideration in any decision we make. At this time, I would like to pause on approving sampling privileges for this establishment. This area already includes several businesses that provide alcohol service in bar environments, and I have concerns about the potential impact on both customers and the surrounding neighborhood. We welcome innovative businesses and we value entrepreneurship in Ward 5. However, this moment also presents an opportunity for the new owners to engage directly with local leaders, neighborhood associations, our nonprofit partners, and families to better understand community priorities and concerns before moving forward, especially since this business has been around since 1965. My goal is to ensure we strike the right balance between supporting economic development and protecting the health, safety, and stability of our neighborhoods. I move that we provide no recommendation on this item.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, council member. We move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
Madam Clerk, please read the announcement.
At this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at the meeting. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you're called to speak. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red and beep when your time is up. At that time, please conclude your comments.
Our first speaker is Emmanuel Garcia.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Emmanuel Garcia. And I'm here because on April 10th, 2026, my life was permanently changed by street racing. Multiple drivers chose to race on public roads. Not a track, not a controlled environment, but on a public road where families like mine are just trying to make it home safely. That decision resulted in our family car being cut in half. And inside that car, my pregnant wife and my 3-year-old daughter. By the grace of God, My wife and unborn child are safe. My 3-year-old did not. I'm not here today as an expert on law. I'm here as a father who had to bury his child because someone decided that the speed of thrill was more important than a human life. Now the reality is this: the consequences for street racing are not strong enough to stop it, especially for young drivers and repeat offenders. If the risk doesn't outweigh the reward, the behavior continues. And it continues. It is continuing. What happened to my family is not an isolated incident. It's part of a pattern. Thank you. Patterns don't change unless something forces them to change. So I'm asking you respectfully and urgently to take stronger action. Stronger penalties, real consequences for repeat offenders, measures that make people stop and think before they press on the gas pedal. Because right now, too many people aren't thinking at all. This is not about punishment for the sake of punishment. This is about prevention. This is about making sure another parent doesn't have to stand where I'm standing. You have the authority to influence that change. Oh, please use it. My daughter's life mattered. And if my story can prevent even one more family from going through this, then it has to be heard. Thank you all. I appreciate it. God bless you.
We are with you in your loss, Mr. Garcia. Thank you so much for putting your pain into action. And we will work with you and your family to make sure that your daughter's life does not go in vain. Samantha Barcamonte.
Hello. My name is Samantha, and this is my niece, Anna, on my shirt. That was my brother, Emmanuel. I'm here today because last month on April 10th, my 3-year-old niece, Anna, was killed as a result of street racing. In a matter of seconds, our family's life was changed forever. We didn't just lose Anna, we lost her future, her dreams, her laughter. And the hardest part about this is that we feel like it could have been prevented. So far, just halfway into 2026, 4 people have lost their lives due to street racing. And it was nearly 6 people, but my sister and her unborn child at the time thankfully survived. Street racing was an issue prior to us losing Anna, and just days after we lost her, and since then, there have been more street racing incidents across our city. That should tell everybody one thing very clearly, that what we have in place right now is not enough. Street racing isn't harmless. It's just reckless driving, it's dangerous, it's deadly, and it's destroying families. This is why my family is here today to advocate for a petition that we started called Anna's Law. Anna's Law is about creating stronger penalties and real consequences for street racing, consequences that will actually make people think twice before they get behind the wheel and put other lives at risk. Right now, there's not enough being done to stop this behavior. As you can see, it continues. And until there's change, families like mine will continue to pay the price. My family is here today to call on the city of Tucson to support Anna's law and to take real action to make our streets safer. We need stronger penalties, we need accountability, we need stronger laws that will deter people from making these choices before another life is taken. Anna should still be here with us. Sorry. My family should not be standing here today, but we are. And through our tragedy, we're trying to make sure that another family won't have to be standing in the same spot. Please don't let her story just be another statistic, another headline, or just another meeting discussion. Let it be the reason that something finally changes. Thank you.
Savannah Salazar.
Good evening. My name is Savannah Salazar, and I want to thank Mayor Regina Romero and Council for taking the time to hear me today. I'm here today on behalf of my family and myself, my community, and we're urgently requesting action. Since 2023, there have been ongoing discussions about street racing and excessive speed on Tucson streets, yet today the problem has only worsened. We've heard about possible solutions like designated racing zones, but where are they? Why are they still seeing tragedy after tragedy without meaningful follow-throughs? As of this year, fatalities have already surpassed last year's numbers. There are not just statistics, there are lives lost, families shattered, and communities left grieving. We need stronger enforcement, real consequences, and immediate action. Other states, including California, Texas, and Alabama, have implemented stricter laws to address street racing. Tucson should not fall behind. Offenders must face serious penalties, license suspensions, substantial fines, and mandatory community service. First offenses with harsher consequences for repeat violations. Spectators should also be held accountable. And when reckless racing results in death, there must be a firm and unwavering consequences. We must also focus on prevention. I urge you to consider installing additional traffic lights along 6th Avenue and between Nogales Highway, and an area where racing is frequent, near parks, neighborhoods, and children. This is a practical, immediate step that could save lives. This issue is deeply personal to me. My brother-in-law, Oscar Salazar, was killed on December 7, 2025 by someone racing and speeding on 6th Avenue. The driver was not arrested immediately, and he was later released. Within hours after bail was significantly reduced, while my family was left grieving. The person responsible returned home. We didn't get to spend the holidays with Oscar. We didn't get more time, and yet every day cars continue racing down that same street. How many more lives must be lost before action is taken? Every loss is a reminder that change is overdue. Right now, the system is failing families like mine. I'm standing here not just to share our grief, but to demand stronger laws, better enforcement, and real accountability. We can't bring Oscar back, but we can prevent another family from experiencing this pain. Please act, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for your loss. Margot Itule. Margot.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Romero. The Trump administration's policy of buying up warehouses and jails and turning them into prison camps is, simply put, an authoritarian's wet dream. The estimated capacity of these camps is to hold up to 100,000 people. The number of immigrants in detention is dramatically rising. More than 75% of immigrants in ICE detention today have no criminal records and are being detained without due process. If the DHS plan is to eliminate so-called illegal immigrants, which, as we know, is a code for brown and black people. Why do they need to expand detention centers to this extent? If they succeed in eliminating all the brown and black immigrants, who will be the next victims to lock away in the prison camps? Protesters? Anyone who disagrees with Trump? This regime is monetizing this private prison system. Who profits? Private system corporations like CoreCivic, MTC, Geo Group, alongside giants of surveillance infrastructure like Palantir, and making billions from this endeavor. Only these captured businesses and parties stand to gain. Everyone else stands to lose. And hundreds of thousands of our immigrant neighbors stand to lose the most. Watchdog groups have long been concerned about conditions at these detention centers, regularly found guilty of medical neglect, abuse, and unsanitary living conditions. Detention centers are unjust, immoral, and an affront to our democracy. We can and must resist the cruelty and terror of this policy through constant and relentless public protest, blockades, boycotts, and local government pressure. We need to constrain what Trump and his loyalists are trying to do before it's too late. I strongly support the mayor and city council's opposition to the detention center in MARANA. I don't know how much weight this resolution holds or how it could possibly be enforced, but I encourage the mayor and the council to continue the opposition. Local campaigns to end ICE detention centers and shut down these detention centers have been winning, so please keep up the fight.
Thank you, Ms. Itule. JP Salvatierra. JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, JP Salvatierra, native Tucsonan, speaking for myself. I am reminded by a quote my mother often made: "I love the person, but I refuse to condone the behavior." If the city truly values its collaborative effort for small businesses, it would immediately move to replace TEP Fortis with a state, city, county, public utility commonwealth, rather than a half-hearted gesture to beg TEP to reduce its usurious rate hike demands. New energy tech will never come from TEP Fortis. Never. After 50 years of 47 kV transmission, renewed application now comes for more fossil fuel energy transmission generation. And at the same time, in the current news, they've established a request for a nuclear permit to transmission utility and energy, and small-scale nuclear reactors are in development now in New Mexico for this purpose. TEP's unlimited Irvington Road regional aquifer for itself and future AI data center collaborative covert resource cost avoidance is ongoing. I believe the state attorney general outlined some areas where they had redacted and omitted areas that they seek to do collaborative efforts to benefit themselves outside of ACC approval. Residential solar contract property liens will hinder more home resales and create a negative cost-benefit payoff. I'm proposing a master IGA between Arizona, who can maintain all electric transmission service statewide, and each city and county affected will raise municipal bond funding to underground 161 twin KV fiber optic and CAP potable, non-potable water.
Thank you, JP. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Leonard Finkel.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. Oh, hello, can you hear me? Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. When I hear about life and death, it makes what I'm going to talk about almost inconsequential. But I'd like to thank the many people we work with. I represent Tucson area pickleball, and I'd like to thank the many people we work with from the city of Tucson for listening to our input and acting accordingly. I'd also like to thank Lara Hemway, Director of Parks and Recreation, for understanding the community that we've built and how it exemplifies the mission of Parks and Rec. Thanks to the media for keeping our struggle at the forefront, and most of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Cunningham and his terrific staff for taking the ball and carrying Tucson area pickleball and the Udall pickleball community over the goal line. We couldn't have done this without the councilman's leadership and support, and you have our eternal gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva Carrillo Dong.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and City Councilman, for allowing me to come here today and talk about a very serious issue that I'm really happy that you're taking up as far as having a resolution on the detention centers. I have a memory of the detention center that is something that I can't get out of my mind. You know, sometimes you get these memories and you just wish you can get rid of them, but you can't because they're there and they'll always be there. I went to a detention facility back when Obama was president, and over there by Nogales. And at that time, they allowed more people to come in and see what was going on. And I don't know why. They thought that they had some pretty good things going on, I guess. But when we went in there, what we saw was deplorable. The children that we saw in these cells, all together, different ages, toddlers, young teenagers, just sitting there with nothing to do. They didn't have any books. They were just sitting there for hours on end. We were told they were taken out for about an hour a day, but that was it. Then they would go back into their cages, into their cement cages. Every now and then they'd get out to be able to try to reach somebody on the phone, but if they couldn't reach somebody right away, then they didn't have anybody to talk to that day, and they would be brought back into their cages. They weren't with their moms and dads. They were out by themselves. And, you know, it was just really hard to see and look into their eyes and see this desperate look of, you know, where's my mom? Where's my dad? When can I see them? When will I be with them again? And then we walked around, we saw these giant flags, and I'll never forget that because I'm a patriotic person, but there was no need for these giant flags. It was just something to intimidate them. And there was like 3 of them, giant flags. I've never seen flags so huge, hanging all over on the roofs, just for intimidation. The things that happen in detention centers should not be happening to any human being. And you hear about the stories of their health, and there is no good health at these places. That one person that died because he had a sepsis from tooth infection happens. I mean, when I was working at the Florence State Prison, working with the inmates to teach them how to use computers, I saw this myself. They would come to me and they would tell me, oh, I've had this horrible toothache for 2 weeks. I can't even imagine that. And so this is happening to the kids, this is happening to adults in detention facilities. And I'm just grateful that you're looking at it, and I'm not sure, you know, what else we can do, but whatever we can do, please let us know, because as a community, we are very much against this deplorable conditions that they have them in at the detention centers. So thank you very much for thinking about them.
Thank you, Ms. Dong. Timothy Hart. Timothy Hart. Lori Soloff? Oh, Timothy? Okay, come forward. I just didn't see you.
Okay, what I'm wanting to address you guys about is all the construction that's going on around town that's blocking all the roads and access. I DoorDash for a living, and I'm getting contract violations now because I'm running late because of all the construction. Parking 22nd, that's a nightmare. It took me over 25 minutes to get to a restaurant in that area, and I got a contract violation this past weekend for it. I was able to contest it because I called into DoorDash during the while I was trying to navigate it. But the fact that it's happening like that is ridiculous. And I just read where Broadway is getting ready to have more construction done on it, supposedly. And I find this unacceptable. Broadway's fine at the moment. There's a lot of other smaller roads around town, Wetmore, Irvington, all of it, that needs to be completely redone itself. When I first moved here in 2017, I was told about the road project that's meant to be happening on Houghton to expand it. It stopped at 22nd Street. Or, no, not 22nd Street, at Irvington. Irvington through to 22nd Street has yet to be done, and it needs to be completely ripped up anyways, no matter what, because that is, I feel like I'm tearing my car apart when I go down either that or Irvington. But I would like to see this city actually complete a few more projects on the roads, like Grant, that we still can't turn left off of. Takes a mile and a half to go up and turn around and come back to get to the Taco Bell that's on the opposite side of the street from Noodaholics. And I'll have a double order because DoorDash thinks that they're right next to each other right now, which they are, but they're not. I drive down these streets. I don't see any construction workers. I never see anybody working on them. I would like to see these actually completed. I'm sure other people, especially these small business owners that you just commemorated, would love to see these projects done so people can actually get to their shops and not think, oh, I don't want to deal with Grant or 22nd Street, and say no. It feels almost like you guys are wanting us to stay home because all the construction, all the rerouting we have to do, and then the higher gas prices, nobody's going to be able to do that. But for us to be able to actually get around this city, we need to be able to have some of these projects completed before you move on to other ones. Otherwise, why mess with a road that seems to be decently okay compared to others that you actually feel like parts of your engine are falling off of as you go down them? So please consider that when you're doing this and trying to get our roads fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. We'll get your concern to Department of Transportation and Mobility. Laurie Soloff.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the resolution that some of the other folks have already spoken about. I'm here representing myself, but I'm also involved with the Community Protection Task Force and with Indivisible Tucson Action Alliance, and previously had been an active volunteer with the help of support services for legally processed asylum seekers that came through our communities going to sponsors. So I wanted to just make brief remarks. I strongly support the City of Tucson in opposing the proposed MARANA prison and any other ICE detention facilities in the region. I am a second-generation Holocaust survivor, and I do believe that these prison facilities, than many that are operating across the U.S. right now, are concentration camps by definition. And rather than having second-generation survivors like me talk about the past of telling stories of the Holocaust, I very strongly feel that we need to focus on talking about what's happening right now and the inhumane and criminal acts that are happening in these concentration camps right now across the country and in Eloy and Florence and what's been proposed in MARANA. I strongly believe we must speak publicly and call for an end to these DHS ICE concentration camps that they're calling detention centers. And I'll just read a brief dictionary definition from Merriam-Webster. Concentration camp is a guarded facility where governments, particularly authoritarian regimes, systematically imprison large numbers of people without trial or legal process. Detainees are typically targeted based on their identity, such as ethnicity, race, religion, political beliefs, rather than individual guilt, and are often held in crowded, inhumane conditions. All right. And thank you for support and whatever else you can do to prevent these concentration camps.
Thank you, Ms. Olaf. Jasmine Pierce. Jasmine Pierce.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Pierce. We've had a long time business on 4th Avenue, actually 22 years this year. That's what I'm here to speak about the parking changes, the proposals for downtown 4th Avenue, all the parking meters and what have you. So 22 years on 4th Avenue, we are very familiar with a lot of the challenges of our district. I have attended all of the meetings on this matter over the last few months, and I do appreciate that there have been some changes made to the original proposal, and they have been positive changes. But I still do have some concerns about the proposal, how it stands right now. 4th Avenue has so much less available parking for employees and patrons of our district compared to others. 97% less parking than downtown, to get very specific, and with no parking garages and very little off-street options, the majority of our parking is on-street metered parking. So the 2-hour time caps that's on the meters in all of our districts make it really difficult for patrons to enjoy the neighborhoods and businesses for extended periods of time. And I don't understand why, if people are paying the meters, why they should be forced to actually move their vehicles and try to find another space every 2 hours. It makes patrons feel very unwelcome in our districts and almost impossible for employees to work an entire shift without getting parking tickets. And for 4th Avenue area in particular, we have very few longer-term parking options to choose from, even if we wanted to. And the new proposal will extend the days and hours of meters in our 4th Avenue district to 7 p.m. and include Saturdays. And I'm very sorry if I always sound like a broken record on this, but I mean, our district only has we have less than 400 parking spaces, in comparison to downtown that has over 13,000 parking spaces. You know, we don't have long-term options. So I mean, to change all of these extensions and time caps, they have such incredibly negative effects on all of our businesses and our districts. And I mean, the 4th Avenue meter revenue was supposed to go towards parking solutions for our district. You know, this is a long-term problem for our district. But over a decade, it's not been reinvested in 4th Avenue. It's been going towards debt services for other districts. And I think the fairly extreme 50% parking increase on the meters, that's going to increase revenue exponentially. So I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that you remove the time caps and don't extend the days and times on 4th Avenue meters. We love our Tucson community and we love all of our neighboring districts, but our districts do have very different needs and challenges, and making blanket changes is not always the responsible choice.
Thank you so much.
And
I really
sorry,
appreciate
Mayor,
it.
also just say thank you for your opposition to the ICE detention center. Thank you. There's no place for ICE in this world, and definitely not in our community.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much for your time.
Bennett Burke, that's why I love our small businesses.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and Council. My name is Bennett Burke. I'm here tonight representing Pima Resist ICE, Price, and I'm here to thank you for the resolution opposing the ICE detention center in MARANA. I have spent 30 years in ministry with many, many kinds of marginalized communities. And speaking of marginalized communities, there are no more marginalized communities in our nation right now than immigrants. And Who was a champion of marginalized people? My favorite teacher, Jesus. He told us that we should treat the least, which we now call the marginalized, we should prioritize their welfare. And he specifically, in chapter 25 of Matthew, mentions prisoners and immigrants, specifically telling us that their welfare should be our priority, and that as we are treating them, we are treating him. Every kidnapping, every detention, every death in detention, every bit of violence in this pogrom against immigrants, they are doing those things to Jesus. But regardless of your faith, I follow Jesus. But regardless of whatever faith or philosophy anyone here follows, every world religion, every legitimate philosophy, and every human-centered philosophy recognizes that what ICE is doing is cruel and absolutely inhumane. Now, we must nonviolently oppose ICE and all of the detention centers on many different fronts. The detention center is just one. And it's not just a political issue. It's not just an economic issue. It is the moral issue of our day. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your resolution opposing an ICE detention center in MARANA.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Alba Jaramillo.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Well, I too want to thank you for this resolution against the ICE detention center in MARANA. I'm an activist, I'm a lawyer, I'm a formerly undocumented person, and now I spend my time defending immigrants. But I want to tell you about an asylum seeker that I met here in Tucson. His name is Nestor. Nestor was on his way to work one morning. A vehicle followed him, a few vehicles followed him. It turned out to be 15 ICE agents that were not in uniform. He got scared, he went back home, and as he was trying to run to his home, 15 ICE agents beat him and almost killed him. He ended up getting 15 stitches to his stomach, 7 stitches to his arms, all in front of his wife and his children. So they took him to the Florence Detention Center, and at the Florence Detention Center, they did not give him the medical treatment that he needed from the wounds inflicted by ICE, and he almost died. He spent 3 days in the ICU. And when I spoke with Nestor, Nestor had been attending all of his court cases. He had a strong asylum case, but he didn't choose. He was pretty pressured to sign his self-deportation papers, even though he had a strong case. And he said, Alba, I'm going to sign these papers because I'm going to die here. He really did believe he would die, and his fear was actually very well founded. Last year, we had 32 immigrants die in ICE detention centers, and they died from things that were preventable. Many of them had chronic illnesses that needed medical care. They died from cancer, suicide, COVID, diabetes, strokes, tuberculosis, epileptic seizures, and 2 immigrants were shot by a sniper, if you remember that. Over 10,000 immigrants were placed in solitary confinement, and this included a period of over a month, which is actually considered a form of psychological torture by the United Nations. Currently, Eloy is the deadliest detention center in the world, and right now, in real time, Surprise, Arizona is building a warehouse detention facility that is going to incarcerate 1,500 immigrants. So I just commend your bravery, and I thank you for standing with our immigrant community, and I encourage you to keep resisting and to stand with us all as we demand justice for our immigrants.
Thank you. I think it's Carolina Silva? Carolina?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Carolina Silva. I've been part of the Tucson community for 6 years, and I serve as the Executive Director at Scholarships AZ. We are an immigrant youth-led organization that builds pathways beyond high school for the over 10,000 young immigrants living in Pima County. I know the fear our families are facing too well as someone who also grew up being undocumented. As a child, my everyday was filled with anxiety that I may come home to find that my parents are gone. It's so heartbreaking to know that this is the reality for so many of our friends and neighbors today. It seems like every day now, our organization receives a call from a family that has a loved one in detention and they want to know what to do next. But under this administration, it is harder than ever to fight deportations and get people out of detention. That's why we must do everything we can to prevent detentions before they even happen. Or in other words, stop the MARANA Detention Center from opening. I am glad to hear this council will vote on a resolution in opposition of the detention center. A detention center would only make matters worse, not only for our immigrant neighbors, but also for anyone in our community who looks Black, brown, or indigenous. A detention center would result in more detentions and separated families, less trust and harmony in our community. I urge you to consider the long-term impact this detention center could have on Tucson. Arizona is still recovering from the legacy of racism of SB 1070, and that was 16 years ago. I also urge you to act beyond this resolution, maybe have conversation with our neighbors in MARANA about why they are not taking right steps in opposition to this. If you want to see our community, right, which includes immigrants, all of us are impacted by this, survive the next 2.5 years, please vote yes on this resolution and continue opposing the MARANA Detention Center in every way you can. All of you on council and also all our friends here in the audience. Our community deserves better. Tucson deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. James Owens.
Hi, I'm Jim Owens with Breakbox Brewery downtown. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking time to hear us speak today. I just want to step forward and talk about the parking scenario that we have going on. And I want to say that we've been able to meet with Park Tucson and make some progress with them, I feel. So I wanted to acknowledge Park Tucson for sitting down and listening to us and drawing up some compromises kind of with what we were talking about as downtown businesses. And yeah, just encourage you guys to keep engaging with us. There's been a lot of engagement, which we really do appreciate. And at least on my behalf, I feel like we've been part of the conversation with it. And that's been important. And also, if we could continue to encourage Park Tucson in being involved in the conversation with us. There's still some things we want to work on safety-wise, and we would just enjoy to be able to sit down with them, meet with them, and continue to talk about some of that and further the conversation. So that's it. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Paul Stapleton Smith.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm fortunate that I get to work with you and with city staff on lots of projects for our community. And what I'm here tonight to do is, I couldn't say better than the sisters and brothers did earlier regarding the MARANA Detention Center. The euphemism, which in my world, in my policy world, we refer to them as prison camps and concentration camps, because that's the note of accuracy that it commands, and I thank you for bringing that up. I want to say that I'm very grateful for each and every one of you, because you have, once again, taken a step to do what's the morally courageous thing to do. You could just ignore it. You could just take care of parking. You could take care of clean water. You could take care of all those energy rates that we're all screaming about. But you're doing something that is really empowering, and you're not allowing the normalization of prison camps, concentration camps. It's astounding to me that we're even here discussing it. But each and every one of you, I want to commend you for your courage and also for your outreach. I know that all of you have the ability to do organizing with additional allies. And as powerless as folks may feel about this, certainly the detainees and those folks who would protect and provide the due process that they deserve, I'm just enormously proud of all of you for doing this and for staff that stands behind you. It's not easy to do, but you guys are really being inspiring for all of us out here as we look to defend certainly the most vulnerable folks in our communities. And thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Bethany Quilter, I believe it is. Bethany. Okay, and these will be our last two speakers, Golda Velez.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. And I'm just very grateful to be in a place where there is this open forum where people can express what they're concerned about. And I think it's very valid to be, there's pickleball or whether it's all valid. We want to enjoy ourselves, we want to park, and we want to have people not locked behind cages near us. And all those things are valid. When I was a younger person and reading about things, I'm Jewish, I'm reading about the Holocaust, and one of the things that bothered me most wasn't even the cruelty, it wasn't even the violence, it was the people who lived nearby who were like, oh, I don't know, it's not my business. That was what bothered me most. And I'm very, very grateful that you guys are not taking that role, that you are saying, hey, we live nearby. Hi, we're Tucson, we live nearby, it does concern us. So MTC has had a lot of medical violations. I do want to raise the names, Huaibang Z, Rafael Padilla, I may be mispronouncing it, Benavides Quintera, Carlos Murillo. They died in MTC facilities, probably for lack of medical care. It's still not all the investigations are out. In ICE facilities generally, and not necessarily specifically MTC, there's been reports, it certainly concerns us because their little medical, so-called medical unit there doesn't really care. They reuse needles and got a Hep C outbreak in the facility. That affects us, okay? There was somebody who was kind of pressing the call button a bunch of times, and the therapist was anonymous, so I'm actually not sure exactly which facility this was, but it was an ICE facility. And they said, they're pressing the call button too many times, they're really annoying, but they died 4 hours later. So, there's people who died of preventable cancer, your PSA is up. Okay, if you're out, you get, you get treatment. If you're in, it could be a death sentence. And so there's these people that we can't see, and I'm so glad people here are coming up to speak up for these people who do not necessarily have lawyers. There's not funding for them to have lawyers. They do not necessarily have representation. Unless you have their A number, you can't even write to them. You don't know what's happening over there. And so I'm glad we are saying no. I hope we can say that very strongly. Human Rights Watch has done reports, Amnesty International has done reports on it. So I just think I'm grateful that you are standing up for it, and I hope that we win.
Thank you. Wilson Jefferson. Wilson Jefferson.
Hello, thank you for having me tonight and everybody here. This is my first time at one of these, and it seems like people are very happy or very mad to be here. I just learned at this time like the incredible things that you guys have been doing with this ICE situation. I didn't know that. So coming here, there is education, and I think that is one of the boxes that I've checked off is how can I get more educated about my city instead of just getting emotional about the things that are happening. I've been in business in Tucson for the last 11 years. I'm 35 years old. I'm a father of 2 girls. I have a gym, a spin studio, and a bodega all on South 4th Avenue. I also have a gym on the north side of town. And we really do this. I believe in Tucson. I started my business without a business loan, without family help, and I've built it into something where there's $1 million plus being generated on South 4th Avenue. And it is all local, and I don't have any partners, and I'm very proud of that, and I wake up and I want to represent that for my daughters every single day. Now, the problem is, when I get there, my neighbors are CSL Plasma, Armory Park, behavioral health places all around. It is a zoo down there. I have seen death, I have seen feces, I have seen nudity, and whatever I've seen, my kids have seen. And I'm just over it. And I want to be a part of the solve. I just want to do what I call running water. I own gyms, and I run women in sports bras and yoga pants down South 4th Avenue. Over the last 6 years of me being downtown, it's possible to get your street clean without even having to call the police, without even having to call on the city. If you call on yourself and you call on your community, you can clean it up, and that's what we've done. One thing that we are doing is we are adopting Safford Elementary School's basketball court, and we are totally redoing it and then activating it to be able to be public during the week and the weekends, because in my opinion, Santa Rita Park opens and Armory Park opens after reconstruction, and we have just built the Taj Mahal for our homeless people to be able to do whatever it is that they do, especially in splash pads. This basketball court is fenced, like 15 feet high. We're getting lights, cameras, all that stuff there, and we are gonna activate that corner for the community and Safford Elementary School. But like I said, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Wilson Jefferson. Super hungry to see downtown become what I truly believe it is and what I pay for every single month. So thank you guys for having me, and you know, I want to be educated and I want to get to know everybody in here and see what we can do together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jefferson. Really appreciate you very much. Thank you to all of those of you that came to express your opinion. All of the issues that you brought up are very important to all of us, so thank you for being here. We are going to move to item 7, which is our consent agenda item. Item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
7A, approval of minutes. 7B, relating to the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, the bid approving the Downtown Tucson Partnership Annual Work Plan and Budget for fiscal year 27, expressing an intent to levy assessments for fiscal year 27 on the property within the bid, setting a public hearing and directing staff to publish and mail notice to bid property owners as required by law, and declaring an emergency. Administrative note that item 7C has been moved to the regular agenda and will be addressed after the consent agenda. Item 7D, a supplemental agreement for highway road grade separated crossing between the City of Tucson and the Union Pacific Railroad Company for the 22nd Street I-10 to Tucson Boulevard Phase 2 project. Item 7E, adopting a Heart of Tucson Tourism District. Item 7F, 2026 Heat Awareness Week resolution. Item 7G, special magistrate compensation adjustment.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. We want to consider one separately.
Yes. Item 7C, proposed changes to Park Tucson rates and fees.
I know that Councilmember Schubert, you wanted to pull this up separately from the consent agenda, so if you'd like to jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I just wanted to pull this item from the consent agenda because we've had so many conversations and spent so much time on this topic. And in our conversations, we have found that the issues that it has uncovered are bigger than just the single proposal or something that could be addressed by parking fees or lack of parking fees. So I just wanted to make a few comments. First, I want to clarify that what we are voting on today is just to change the rates. Today's vote has nothing to do with changes in times or in days. The proposal originally proposed an extension to Sundays and to 10 p.m. Those are both off of the table. Mayor and council voted before I got onto the council to schedule a change in hours effective July 1st, but that is a separate vote that already took place. I want to thank Department of Transportation and Mobility and Park Tucson staff for their work to collect additional feedback and incorporate it into the updated proposal that reflects what we have heard and also balances the need for cost recovery. Park Tucson's objective is parking management and not revenue generation. I think maybe that was the original hope, but as the issue developed, it was discovered that any revenue brought in by this update and fees would just go toward bringing Park Tucson back into the black. We shouldn't have one of our enterprise funds facing a deficit that forces borrowing from the general fund. So the proposal that we have before us balances the need to recoup expenses while also honoring the community. And I want to express my commitment to continuing conversations about the things that need to be addressed, specifically safety and security, safe and convenient access to parking, especially for employees and especially for employees who are working at night. So that wasn't going to be fixed by this proposal. Many constituents and downtown employers have flagged safety concerns. Also concerns over reinvestment of revenue into infrastructure, fixing the broken meters, you know, the 500 of 1,800 broken meters that we currently have. So there's a lot of work that we need to do, and I'm here to do that work hand in hand with the community. I understand that it's possible that what we're voting on today isn't going to please everybody, but I think that's the nature of the work that we're engaged in. And I hope we can keep working with partners such as TPD, Department of Transportation and Mobility, Downtown Tucson Partnership, and local businesses on solutions that give employees and visitors a good experience in these districts. We can do a lot more to make these spaces welcoming, to activate them, to bring more people downtown. I'm on 4th Avenue all the time. I'm always biking through, walking through with my dog. So I'm taking note every day of what's happening. And again, we want to be a part of those solutions. So I look forward to following the conversations about employee parking options. And if our office can be helpful, please let us know. We're always happy to hear from you. And our inbox and phone lines are always open. Thank you.
Can you make a motion to?
Yeah. So with all that being said, I move to approve and adopt the currently proposed changes to Park Tucson rates and fees.
Second.
There is a motion and a second, and I just want to add 100% agree with your sentiment. Councilmember Schubert, I too had the opportunity to meet with 4th Avenue businesses, and it is much, much more support and investment that 4th Avenue business owners and all downtown business owners deserve. And so I too am committed to continuing that conversation, to making sure that the support systems that the city of Tucson needs to focus in our 4th Avenue and downtown businesses is there. And so I too am committed to making sure that employers have a plan, an action plan that is tangible for their employee parking, safety, continued support from our small business program, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm looking forward to our work together, and I too agree that Park Tucson should not be operating in a deficit. Right now we have about $550,000 deficit, and the proposed changes would generate roughly $636,000 per year. So that is important that we reinvest back into the parking system, into our meters, into our safety, the cleanliness of our parking structures, and in finding solutions for our small businesses within our community. So with that, if there's any other comments on this, I think we need a roll call.
Sure.
Okay.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. And then we move on to item 8.
Public hearing, public comments regarding the presented city manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2027.
City Manager's Communication Number 125, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the city's fiscal year 2027 recommended budget. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
Honorable Mayor, we do have a brief presentation for you.
Go ahead.
Would you like it to be pulled up?
Oh, yes, please, bring up.
Can we
said
please pull up the presentation?
So Mayor, while they're bringing that up, I think some of the key things that we'll be covering in this are where we're at in the process and what you have presented to you last meeting is an FY27 recommended budget, but that's not the end of the story. That actually is somewhere along the journey, and ultimately on June 9th is when you would be adopting a final budget for the city. So we've been doing a lot of public and employee engagement as we've been developing the budget. It dates back to last fall when we had the housing equation set of fall and budget engagements with the public, where we facilitated deep dive conversations with the community, specifically around housing. We've had a tradition of the last 3 years of an employee budget town hall. It was virtual this year with over 600 comments or 600 different employees commenting. We convened a joint meeting of labor and our executive leadership to talk through some of the challenges we had this year. And as you know, we closed all of our deficits to bring you a balanced recommended budget. And then we've had 5 public information sessions recently from April 22nd through May 1st, and we'll report on the results of those on May 19th. So FY26, the year we're in, has some projections to it. We had budgeted $776.2 million of revenues in the general fund, and we were tracking to be below that as soon as the fiscal year began. So in the fall, we've made some spending adjustments, and we're projecting to end the year $43 million below on revenues, but that does not mean we will end $43 million of a deficit. When we enacted the spend plan in fall of 2025, we did a lot of efficiencies and other measures that reduced spending without sacrificing service to the community, except for a few small changes that we made. And through those actions, we've been able to reduce that $43 million shortfall in 26 down to $1.6 million, which essentially means we're ending almost balanced. We expect and project to end the fiscal year with an $80.4 million of available cash balance, and that is above our policy reserve rainy day fund. So our projected year-end results are better than mid-year estimates and attributed mostly to effective spend management. Why are we wrestling with some of these spending issues and revenue issues? Well, the revenues are not coming in as we had projected, but also they reflect some broader trends in the economy and in state level decision making. So to begin with, our local sales taxes have not been increasing in recent years as they were prior to the recent economic downturn. And we've seen actually local sales taxes decline, and we are expecting and projecting for FY27 that we would begin a slow recovery there. That's not guaranteed by any stretch, but that's where we're expecting local sales tax to go. And we've talked a great deal about this, and in fact, there's an article about the city of Mesa's budget facing a deficit, and they, for the first time I'm aware of, invoked the flat income tax. So Tucson's been ringing this alarm bell for a couple years. It's nice to hear other cities sharing the same story, which is that the flat income tax in Arizona has reduced revenues to cities, even the red ones. So we are seeing also not just $40 million that should be coming to the city, no longer coming to the city, but which we've made those adjustments. You've made the tough calls, and we're bringing you a balanced budget despite those reductions in state shared revenue. There is talk of additional tax conformity, and if tax conformity is done in the state to the federal tax, we would see a reduction yet again next year. My ask of the state would be just stop taking money from us. You don't have to give us more. That would be nice. But could you stop taking money from the cities? The good news on our local tax rate for our local property tax, which is not, it's a small but mighty part of our budget, is our effective tax rate would be actually be going down yet again in the city because the growth and our ability to optimize local property tax is being maximized, but the growth is actually allowing the tax rate itself to decrease. So with that, we look at what does the FY27 budget look for in the recommended budget. We are projecting total general fund revenues of $758.8 million, which is lower than we were in recent years, but we're hoping to see that slow recovery begin. And we are being able to close the budget to a recommended balanced budget, first of all, by having that those expected projected expenses be very closely indexed to our revenues, essentially balanced. We do have a planned use of general fund balance. This is not, this $39.2 million is not to plug the budget gap. It's actually the planned spend down of framework dollars and investment plan dollars that you had allocated in previous years from our previous fund balance. So it's not budget plugging whole process, it's the planned investments you've been talking about. With that though, we do bring a $350,000 to the good budget, that's the recommended budget. And we do project to end the year with still available fund balance of $19.2 million at the end of FY27 with the recommended budget. We do recommend a new policy that would bring any savings that occurred from the council offices and mayor budgets forward to next year to fund some of the priorities that were funding cliffs from this past year that were not funded by the general fund, but the federal funding or other funding has not continued. So we're recommending that we use savings from 26 to fund the DV-FTAP program, which is the program to take firearms away from domestic violence perpetrators. But we also plan to partner with Pima County on that. We would project that we would be able to fund year 2 of Star Village, which has been very successful. We would be able to continue some of the nonprofit discounts we give at the Tucson Convention Center and then fund affordable housing development fee incentives for the city. So some of the highlights. In this recommended budget, you have year 2 of the employee investment plan fully funded. That's the $18.1 million you've all talked about, and it's the investment in our employees. The Safe City initiative is supported, including the addition of 50 police officers. Our pensions are fully funded. TSRS, Tucson Supplemental Retirement System, and our public safety pension, fully funded. We have robust employee benefits funded. The transit system is funded with actually a reduced general fund transfer required for next year compared to this year, while staying in a fare-free status. We see substantial completion of that investment plan I mentioned, so we're making good on our promises to the community. No loss of critical programs or drastic service cuts. That means no shuttering of fire stations, no reductions in pool services, no closures of rec centers, and no pickleball fees, I will add. And the enterprise and special revenue funds, the other 2/3 of our budget, continue to be on track. With that, reminder of the next steps. Tonight is your public hearing, but no action required. May 19th, we have another study session and discussion, and then that night, it'd be scheduled for your tentative adoption. What that means is you set the spending cap while the details can continue to be resolved leading up to June 9th for the final budget adoption study session and then ultimately adoption of the budget. With that, Mayor, we're glad to take any questions and or convene the public hearing.
Thank you so much for the presentation, really appreciated. There are no cards submitted for the public hearing, surprisingly. But I do see JP Salvatierra wanting to add his opinion to it. You do have the right to speak to us at this time. Make sure that your presentation keeps to 5 minutes, and please state your name, whether you live in the city or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. JP Salvatierra, Tucson native, Tucson resident, speaking for myself. I've followed many directions that the city manager and the previous city manager have taken to support and substantiate the betterment of our community. And to that end, we also have done some cost cutting. I see that, is reasonable, but the major things that are really traumatizing our community are the health and safety, the increased mortality of pedestrians and bicyclists and people driving on the road. It's abominable. Now, there are different ways that can be addressed. Some of the bus stops can have better facilities for maintaining that protective element. Our streets can have a parallel easement that is separate for bikes, pedestrians, and other activities, that they're not put into direct trauma alongside of traffic. Now, in the budget itself, we keep beating ourselves to death, I think, with it. Yet, here before I have mentioned time and again the fact that if Tucson, Pima County, and the state of Arizona join together with the Commonwealth utility and directive, could take over all the functions of TEP and Fortis. All the electric transmission throughout the state could be taken over by the state. All the counties and cities that are affected could maintain their own municipal bonding. We saw a really wonderful benefit like the Prop 411 that had very, very good oversight. And it was well directed. It wasn't a shot in the dark for the next 20 years. Unfortunately, there are some things that we cannot project when we determine that far out in our progression of something that is realistic and practicable and has value engineering. Now, the best thing I feel that has been done is consolidating the importance, creating a priority on public health. And I know 20, 30 years, over the last 20, 30 years, Arizona's been behind Alabama and Mississippi for mental health. And what that looks like to us is more criminal recidivism. And it's mistaken, mental health issues are mistaken for criminality. And that's not what we need. And to that benefit, the mayor and council have directed a number of programs that are trying to mitigate that and create the diversion court experience for these people and create more security for everyone else that has to deal with these people when they're in the street, accosting their homes or threatening their property. In the budget itself, housing, not renting, home ownership will take at least $100 million a year for 10 years. That's $1 billion. And when we consider our XYZ Gen children in the future creating a legacy, it really prompts us to consider those kind of efforts in a budget. And it's very practicable. It keeps them nested in Tucson. They don't leave. they have good opportunities here and security and safety, and we have a wonderful community that we maintain. So all these things are a part of a budget. It's a psychosocial kind of a thing. So I
Thank you, Mr.
appreciate
Salvatierra.
your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have no additional speakers for the public hearing, so may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Mayor.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. The public hearing is closed. So there is no action required from us today. It was much more an opportunity for the public to chime in. So we move on to item 9.
Rezoning, City Manager's Report, TP ENT 122500024, Lions School, East Dogwood Street, SR to R2.
City Manager's Communication Number 130, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for ordinance adoption to rezone approximately 10.02 acres of property located at 7555 East Dogwood Street from suburban ranch to urban residence, R2. The rezoning site is located within an existing residential neighborhood directly to the east of Groves Park, south of Escalante Road, and west of South Pantano Road. The subject site is a former LYONS elementary school closed in 2013 and currently consists of unoccupied school buildings and sports fields. The preliminary development plan proposes the development of approximately 63 single-family homes with a central common open space. The public will utilize the flexible lot development FLD option to develop single-family homes. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan. I just want to introduce, most of whom don't need an introduction to you, the folks who are here with me tonight. Bryant Nodine is here from Tucson Unified School District, Kelly Lee and Adam Call from KB Home, and Corey Thompson from Rick Engineering. We are very comfortable with the conditions. Want to thank the ward office as well as the neighborhood. I will tell you, I've been doing this now for almost 30 years. And I've never been to a neighborhood meeting where not only were they excited about this infill project, they were encouraging KB Homes to take a look at the state land next door and possibly develop that for homes as well. I'm not saying that's happening, but I can tell you that I've never had a neighborhood ask one of my clients to develop the next door property. So really great neighborhood, very supportive of infill housing, and this was a true success.
Well, thank you so much. That is great news and appreciate the work that Ward, I think this is in Ward 4. Thank you so much for the work, that preliminary work that Ward 4 council office always thanks to you two for wanting to build infill development in our city. So with that, and putting into the record that the applicant is agreeable to the proposed requirements, what is the council's pleasure?
Thank you, Mayor. And Carrie speaks the truth. This is a very exciting project, and there's a lot of excitement around it for sure. So I also want to thank you, Carrie, and the team, everyone who engaged with the neighborhoods, and thanks to my staff for helping assist that process. And thank you to Groves Lincoln Neighborhood Association, led by George, their president, who worked with KB Homes and Carrie Sylvan to rezone the former TUSD Lions Elementary School property that closed in 2013. This proposal that falls before us has full support of the Neighborhood Association to rezone the 10 acres into a new housing subdivision that complements the existing neighborhood. Thank you to KB Homes for continuing to vest. Siri's listening to me somehow. I got to turn that off. I said Carrie Sylvan, not SIRI. Thank you to KB Homes for continuing to vest in Ward 4. I move we approve the requested rezoning to the R2 zone subject to the attached conditions in PDP.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work. Item 10.
Resolution relating to HUDBAY Minerals, the proposed Copper World development and mining in the Santa Rita Mountain Range, opposing the Copper World mine and declaring an emergency.
City Manager's Communication Number 133, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution Number 24114 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24114 relating to environmental and cultural resources, opposing the HUDBAY Minerals proposed Copper World mine and mining in the Santa Rita Mountain Range and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we approve and adopt resolution number 24114 in opposition to the proposed Copper World development and mining in the Santa Rita Mountain Range.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I think we all know why we're doing this, and aligns with how we've consistently shown up in protecting our precious resources here in Southern Arizona. So thank you again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And also I want to thank our two new council colleagues that wanted to make sure that they took a position on this. Mayor and council have been very clear and consistent on this issue. We oppose open pit mining in the Santa Rita Mountains because of what it means to Tucson's future, especially when it comes to our water, our environment, our cultural and natural resources that make this region so special. So this is not something that we've raised for the first time, but we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to include our new council colleagues on this item. So if there's no further discussion, I believe we need a roll call.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 24114 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much. Item 11.
Resolution opposing the use of former Arizona State Prison in MARANA as a U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement ICE Detention Center.
City Manager Communication Number 134, dated May 5th, is received into and made part of the record. Madam Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution Number 24116 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24116 relating to intergovernmental relations, a resolution in opposition to a proposed federal immigration and customs enforcement ICE detention center in MARANA and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we pass and adopt resolution 24116.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few comments before we take a vote on this. It's easy to look back in hindsight and identify incorrect choices, to state what we would have done differently if we were there. These are not abstract things. We have landmarks that serve as reminders of inhumane government decisions right here in Tucson. The Gordon Hirabayashi campground on Mount Lemmon is named after a man who resisted Japanese internment during World War II. In the name of national security, Japanese American citizens and Japanese immigrants were forced into camps run by the Immigration and Naturalization Service and guarded by Border Patrol agents. Because Mr. Hirabayashi refused to comply with the legal but inhumane national order to relocate to an internment camp, he was sentenced to the prison labor camp where his namesake campground now stands. Similarly, the Dunbar School was established under a 1909 state law mandating segregation. Even after it was integrated in 1952, racist covenants across Tucson neighborhoods maintained de facto segregation for years. Local historian Lydia Otero has documented the stories from individuals directly impacted by the destruction of Mexican-American neighborhoods and businesses in downtown Tucson in the 1960s in the name of urban renewal, a decision made by a majority white city council. A statue titled La Vida de Nuestros Barrios Unidos, the life of our united neighborhoods, stands on the corner of Cushing Street and Granada Avenue, serving as a reminder of the neighborhood that once thrived there. More recently, we saw the 2010 state legislature passing laws to ban TUSD's Mexican American Studies program, an award-winning culturally relevant curriculum designed to engage students encourage them to ask tough questions, and boost graduation rates. While much of the law was eventually overturned in 2017, the program has never been fully restored, especially given the recent federal attacks on DEI and culturally relevant education. Despite these well-documented histories, we see this happening again. The ICE Detention Center in MARANA should not even be a discussion, but here we are. So I wholeheartedly support this resolution and stand against the cruel, wasteful, and unnecessary detention of immigrant communities. By moving forward with the contract, the town of MARANA condones federal policies that tear apart families and allow private prison industries to profit under the dog whistle of national security. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues on the council and enthusiastically vote yes on this resolution opposing the ICE Detention Center in MARANA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that history lesson and fine words. We are in history. This is just one of dozens of horrible things that are happening by the Republican MAGA federal administration, and we have to say no. If we tell our grandkids, oh, yeah, we used to be able to vote. Oh, yeah, there never was places where people would be imprisoned and die from medical conditions that could easily have been prevented. We wouldn't be able to live with ourselves. I'm proud to vote to ask our neighbors not to allow a concentration camp in Pima County. Thank you.
Any others? I just wanted to add, I requested that we add this resolution to our agenda because I wasn't willing to not take a stand on this issue. I was not willing to take this sitting down without saying how much I am opposed to these ICE detention facilities, especially anything coming close to the city of Tucson. The mayor and council always chooses dignity over detention, community over fear, and unity over division. We have always been a welcoming community, and this resolution affirms our values, the human dignity of immigrants, family unity, and respect for all people, no matter their legal status. I was not willing to take this sitting down without doing anything and taking a position against it. So with that, I believe we need to go to a roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl.
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas.
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 24116 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all so much. And thank you to the community for joining us today. Item 12.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, May 19th, 2026, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.